About me is not my moment. I'm merely a supporter tonight, man. It's the comments. Come back on stage, guys. Come back up here. This is very funny. Thank you. Anthony Jersey Showing please. Thank you. Once again, this part of the city, I'm Kevin Hart. Anthony Jersey Showing. Thank you so much.
New leftovers just moving?
Yeah, I guess so. I should welcome them to the neighborhood.
What? What is it?
Mozzarella stick. Fried mozzarella. There's marinara everywhere.
Yeah, I didn't just come here for the conversation.
But we have some very diverse group of people. So let's get right into it.
Mr. Shack Attack! Shaquille O'Neal is in the building, ladies and gentlemen! And he's sick.
Fire! Fire! The roof is on fire! We don't need no water, let the
I want to get deeper.
Okay.
Let them away!
Kevin Hart here in Tacoma, Washington. Guys, what is Washington known for? Well, I tell you what it's known for. Home of the 24-hour Starbucks, Microsoft Computer Corporation, and Apple. I'm not talking about computers, I'm talking about the apples that you eat. Did you know that they produce over 100 million boxes of apples here? It's a lot of apples, man. It's a whole lot of apples. I need to go get me an apple. Before I do that, I'm here at Southern Kitchen. I'm about to taste me some of this legendary peach cobbler that I heard about. You know, I got to get down. Get me some gobble gobble on the cobble cobble. How do I do it? How do I do it, man? Hey, the heart of the city is here. You know what we do. We bring you comedy in a unique way. It's going down the keys on 8. My man Nate Jackson, Super Funny Comedy Show. Guys, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. And if you find the apple, eat it here. Now this. The comedy game is a grind. It's gritty. To get to the top, you gotta go through the underground. I'm talking bars, small rooms, strip clubs. Travel with me and my boys as we spotlight the hottest new comedians in the country. My name is Kevin Hart. Welcome to Heart of the City. What's going on, people? Kevin Hart here in Seattle, Washington, at legendary Southern Kitchen. Obviously, I'm not here by myself, but with some talented comedians. Bo Jackson, Ralph Porter, Manny Martin, and Kanisha Buster. I don't even know comedy, though.
Been doing comedy roughly, 24, 25 years now?
25 years.
Raising my kids at the same time.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yes, sir.
How old are the kids?
Youngest will be 21 in December. Oldest is 30.
I was going to ask how old you are, bro. Product is Ralph Music.
Sweet tea and shea butter. Okay,
What do you guys feel about the comedy scene?
Like there was weekly rooms every night. You can do a run here, and now you performing for your aunties. Like, look, y'all gonna come to the house. I'm gonna do a little show, and that's pretty much how I've been practicing.
So if you say through the week, I mean, how many times do you do through a week?
Yeah, 7 days a week.
You give 7
I
days?
mean, the range is gonna vary. It's not all gonna be.
It's rooms. They see a microphone in the back. They turn in lounges.
I did a show in an arcade bar, and there was no one there that wanted to watch comedy, and so you just be there bombing. Then in the background you hear.
that's cool.
All right, let's talk Heart of the City. Let's talk what this means to you. What are you expecting to get out of this?
I want to tour, and I want to go around, and I want to just make people laugh, make people happy, get a boyfriend in every city. Like, I love it.
There you go.
You know, and when you're on stage, talent is attractive. You know what I'm saying?
What about you?
You only get so many opportunities up here, and I feel like this is kind of like the Def Jam of today. You know what I mean? Where it's get a chance to shine, and people really look at this as putting you up on that upper echelon.
So
So
listen, just go up there and be funny. So looking forward to seeing you guys tonight at Keys on Main.
Yes, sir.
Make it do what it do, man.
Let's go.
We don't jump right into my rules, okay? There's too many negative connotations associated with the word hoe. You like that? That's the educated hoe. You like that, didn't you? I know. Okay. Because it's women, be free. Just as you all be free. Listen, they tell us we should be able to count our sexual partners on one hand, don't they? If you can do it tonight, ladies, raise it in the air. Come on. Raise it. Raise it. Raise it. Yes. Sister, look, just keep it up there, boo. This is what I want you to do. Ball it into a fist and punch yourself in the face. I love it. I had to go to my high school reunion and apologize to the girl we called a hoe the whole time. I said, excuse me, sis, you was ahead of your time. But I'm here now. Yeah. Listen, because I don't have time to worry about what people are calling me because I'm already dealing with identity issues. I just found out my mom got all black kids and don't even like black people. And I found out because I was like, she named me and my sisters Kanisha, Kiana, and Kier. I said, oh, the bitch, you named us the KKK. Me and my mom already have a weird relationship anyway because she drank through her entire pregnancy with me. My first drink was a milk of port and vodka on the rocks. You don't have to feel bad for me, okay? I was born underweight, now I'm overweight. I'm a survivor. Calm down. Holy shit. And it's so funny because people always ask me, are you upset with your mother? I'm like, nah, I got her ass back. I made her carry me for 10 months. My original due date was April 4th. I wasn't born until May 10th. People always ask me, why do you think you stayed in so long? Like, shit, when have you ever left the party early? They were still serving free drinks. This is my umbilical cord because I can taste it. This I got my blood. I sure hope she go to Jackson about it. Y'all know about the buttermilk, so we playing. Don't nobody love buttermilk more than my nephew, too. I hate fat kids. Listen, my sister will not stop feeding my nephew, and then he does stuff that antagonize me. Like most kids come home from school and they want to watch SpongeBob. Not him. He come home to my house and want to watch Rachel Ray's 30-minute meals and convince me he can make it in 15 minutes. If they put the Salisbury steak on medium high, it'll cook 8 minutes faster. And he puts stuff in the microwave and sing and dance and wait for it to be ready. Have you seen something like that? Popcorn almost ready. Popcorn almost ready. Look at the bag rising. Look at the bag rising. And what did they say growing up? Don't stand in front of the microwave. Why? Because you can get radiation poisoning. So I felt like I needed to pass this information on to the youth. I said, Cartier. Wait, that's not the punchline. My sister was 13. That's when we came up with Cartier. You can get radiation poisoning. Y'all know he looked at me and said, if they didn't want me to see my food cooking, they wouldn't have put a window on it. Now we both in AA. I'm in AA for my alcoholism. He's in AA. Every time he try to eat something, I gotta go, AA, Cartier, put that down. Oh, I got one more thing to say. Listen to this. Before I get out of here, if I can get one woman in here to do this tonight, my life is complete. My journey can end tonight. Ladies, no matter what, please always cheat on your man in case his ass is cheating on you. Have a good night.
Coming up.
What's that, man? Power to the people, baby.
Groovy, baby.
This is a new joke I call things I wish white people would do to me and white people. Okay?
The name of this poem is called Baby Girl, I See You.
Hey, I was right, baby. All right now.
When I see you, I see you see me. And I say to you, I say, don't eat that swine because it's not divine, fine. Yeah. Yeah. No need to fuss, baby daddy, not around.
Yeah.
Or not say all that to say.
Hey.
That you can't keep a black man down.
Yeah.
SpaghettiOs. What do you think, man? Power to the people, baby. You did the damn thing.
I know that's right.
What about you?
Hey, that was out of sight. You hear me? Groovy, baby.
Jam on it. What y'all think?
It's all you. All three of these people are you. You just a regular Professor Clump now. Hey, don't let them get to you, young blood. I know too old when I see them.
First of all, you
Watch, I knock that damn light off.
get your ass whooped. Easy. Get your ass whooped.
They don't know nothing about nothing. I'm gonna flat his tires.
You flat something.
Oh man, my niece and nephew actually, I actually got to take them to Comic-Con this year. And I don't know if anybody's been, but if you haven't, check it out. It's the coolest thing you'll ever see. It's all your favorite superheroes, but everybody's out of shape. It is the funniest you will ever see. That Batman, that Superman, Wonder Woman got a bucket top, he's spraying, you know what I mean? And here's the thing, they all wanted to dress up, but they wanted to go in Disney form, right? So my niece went as Elsa from Frozen, my nephew went as Peter Pan, and they're like, Uncle Man, you gotta go as Captain Hook. And I was like, you know what? You guys got great grades this year. I'm going all out for you guys, right? So I had the red velvet leotard shoe with the buckle, had the hat with the feather, right? Had the perm going in the back. I'm feeling good about myself, right? Kids are coming up to me at Comic-Con, they're like, yo, man, can I get a pic? I'm like, hell yeah, you can get a pic, right? They're like, yo, bro, I just gotta tell you, that is the dopest Rick James outfit I've ever seen. Right? The dude who had the most fun was actually my nephew Trey, man. Trey has autism. He's 13 years old, and I love him on a whole different level, man. He loves superheroes like nobody's business. He actually got amped up a week before Comic-Con, man. This kid, like I said, he has autism, and he's in the middle of Safeway, frozen food section. I don't know where he rips off the shirt like the Incredible Hulk. I'm like, oh, Trey? I was like, buddy, sometimes I forget how strong you are. It's like, who are you? The Incredible Hulk. Stops and looks at me. He's like, No, Uncle Manny, I'm Magic Mike. I said, good though. Oh, very disturbing, very disturbing, very disturbing. Yes. This is a new joke I call things I wish white people would do to me and my cubicle. Okay? All right. Number one, if you have a black coworker, please do not ask me where you can score drugs. Okay? Kid you not, I got a buddy named Andy, and he was going to Vegas pretty recently, and he was like, Andy, bro, do you want to get some nose candy? I was like, what? What did you say, Andy? He was like, you know, Miley Cyrus, you know, micro, booger sugar, cocaine. I was like, oh, no, Andy, like, I'm appalled that you would ask the only black guy in the office for a bag of cocaine. Like, ask me for the weed, I can hook that up, you know what I mean? But if you want cocaine, you need to ask Julio and say sorry credit for the good stuff. Everybody knows that, right? Number two, a lot of my white friends, they go on cool trips throughout the year. When you do that, when you get back, please don't compare your skin tan to my skin tone, okay? It's a weird conversation to have. My buddy Hugh, 67 years old, should have retired a long time ago because it was a bad day there. That's called sensitivity treatment. Everybody else had there, right? Hugh got back, and he was like, Manny, bro, just hit the Bahamas. Stick out your arm, huh? Almost there? Perfect, right? You know what that's like? That's like if I was at a work pool party, and I jump in some cold water, I jump back out, I'm like, hey, you, Tony. Almost there? Don't do that. Don't do that. Finally, the last thing I'll leave you guys with is if you have a coworker who is a black comedian, be very sensitive how you tell these jokes, okay? I got a buddy named Mike. Mike came up to me in my cube. He's like, Manny, bro, got a new joke for you. You usually relax. He was like, it's a black joke. Do you want to hear it? I was like, no, Mike, no, I don't think I need to hear this. He's like, you know what, bro? Gonna tell you anyway. It's like, what is something a white guy never wants to call a black guy? Need a hint, starts with an N, ends with an R. I was like, here we go with this book, Mike. It's like, you give up, buddy? Neighbor, am I right? And I was like, it's hurtful. Oh, yes. I don't know why you're blind at that. That's hurtful. I don't know why you're blind. But you want to know the worst part about that is he works for HR, so I have no complaint to about that. I just got to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Coming up a month ago, I did a hip hop show, and the idea was, feels good to be doing a show for people that knew they were coming to see comedy, because it's not always like this. A month ago, I did a hip hop show, and the idea was, the idea was I would go on first, and I'd do 20 minutes of stand-up comedy, and then a bunch of local rappers would perform. And I don't know why they booked me.
You know those nights you never want to end? In college, they don't have to. Spread the word.
Kamala Harris was raised by a working mother who instilled in her a passion for justice, equality, and standing up for your community. That's why as district attorney, she pioneered a program to give non-violent drug offenders a second chance. And as president, Kamala Harris will continue fighting for us. Because rents, groceries, and utility bills are still too high. Harris is planning to fix it, to build more homes for lower prices, to make the wealthy and billionaires pay their fair share of taxes. As president, Kamala Harris will always have our backs.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
It's Mr. Shack Attack. Shaquille O'Neal's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. And he's sick. Fire! Fire! The roof is on fire! We don't need no water, liquor.
I want to get deeper.
Okay. Let them away!
Alright, so I'm gonna try to find me a movie to watch and talk. Alright, so I just ate from
6-4. Let's go, gentlemen. Find another kid.
Lives and memories. I only see you in my dreams.
I don't know if I'm ready. When's the party?
I'm trying to find me a movie to watch.
Hey, so good.
That's my dad been feeding you. Okay at the store?
Yeah, things are good. He's getting old.
Holy shit, is that real? Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Not as beautiful as the one that's wearing it.
Trying to find me like I said, movie to watch.
I can't even imagine the upkeep on this.
I just ordered from what you call that place? Panda. And that is brilliant how I decided to go live with my delivery and my phone at the same time. But he, the driver knew that I was going to get his tag number. So he parked out by the road, and so I walked outside to meet him, which was weird. And he was nervous when he gave me the bag. His hand, he was shaking. So he was working for somebody to bring the food. Somebody gave him the food to bring to me. And the food tasted okay, but the broccoli and beef didn't. The broccoli and beef didn't taste good. It tasted funny, so I didn't eat that. It had a twang to it. But everything else, the noodles weren't fresh, but it was 8:30. 8 o'clock when I ordered, so I'm not complaining. I mainly just ordered to get the drinks. I needed water. So pretty much that's it. So I got my food from there. Today I slept too much. That was weird. But I was drained and tired, and I really didn't want to do anything. I'm never in the mood to go nowhere, like get up, get dressed. You might be like, if I was going to counseling, they might say, well, why don't you ever go out and do something? Because this situation has given me a level of social anxiety. I hate to go out. Like the other day I went to Walmart. Like when I go out, everybody know I'm going out. So I'm like a celebrity, but like the O.J. Simpson of celebrities, like nobody like you. So when I go out, I have like a large amount of hate mail, like people that hate me that are waiting to see me. And like it feels like everybody's in a competition to get their message through to me. Like when I went in Walmart the other day, the lady that had Catherine on her, like they know, okay, she's going to get bleach, and they might say, okay, well, we know that she needs this, and we know she ain't got no tissue, so she's going to the tissue aisle. So we need somebody on the tissue aisle. We know that she's typically eats this, so we know she's gonna be on this aisle. And so when I see names like Denise, they was in there with Denise on, and Catherine on, and like when I see stuff like that, those are like significant names in this situation that I have reported to the FBI already. So they make me feel some kind of way, like I feel anxiety, and I already know that someone is there shopping or swapping in some kind of way. I'm never in the store alone, even if they're not in that location, they're at the store, you know. So it's like, and I'm always looking for, you know, find the death threat because it's in here, you know. And then sometimes, you know, I'm like, well, can you just go out and ever have a good time? And the answer is probably not, because if they think that I'm having a good time, they will do something to make me have a bad day, like play with the Uber, send it to a wrong address, or the Uber will come in like the wreck car that they know that I associate with a wreck, like the Malibu, or they like would send, like it would be a message with the car or a name like Anthony, and so they do that, and so I don't like to go out, and I definitely don't like to go out in Riverdale, and it's too much to get to the other side of town because Marta is not going to pick me up unless the law for Riverdale says so. So if I could time it to the T and say, okay, I'm going to go in the morning, I'm going to get up, it's Monday, I'm going to go out, I'm going to have a good day, I'm going to get out of Riverdale, and I'm going to go over to Roswell and just chill all day. This is what they're going to do. If I get up and look at the GPS map and it says Marta comes at 7:19 at the 89 or the 196 at Walmart, they are not going to let that bus come until somebody is finished shopping at Walmart. Bet your butt. Or Home Depot. You ain't going nowhere. Bus going to be late. Have a seat. And then they're going to say, when they finish shopping, they're going to come by me and tell me that they finished shopping, or bring the message, or they're going to come by, or they're going to drive by and blow the horn or do something to be petty. And then, or they're going to send an indication to the phone, and then you could go from there. Then I can leave. And then once I get on, then the whole bus is going to be staged with Marta, with going to be a man. It might be, depending on what's going on, it might be a wheelchair, walker, something like that. And then and it's going to be all kind of messages on Marta. And by the time I get to the Marta station, load my card and get out, I mean, that might be kind of peaceful, might not be too bad getting on the train. But then again, it depends on what's going on and what I said the night before, and about who's mad and how mad they are. And then, like, if I get on here and say anything about Mr. B at Fifth Third, or get on here and say anything about a bank, get on the train if you want to, and they're going to line it with walkers and hover-rounds and diapers, and that's what you're going to get. Like, they're going to put all kind of messages are going to be on the Marta exact cart. They're going to tell the driver to stop the cart exactly where she is, so we know that you're going to get on the train and sit here with these people that we want you to sit here with because you keep talking and running your mouth and we said be quiet. So that once you get past that, then once you get out like in Roswell, once I get out like in Roswell, like where I want to be, like Sandy Springs area, now you got your white people and your black people that got some of white people's money. And you go out there and it might be definitely getting messages when I get out there, but they're going to be not like Riverdale. It's not going to be a lot of pistols and all of that. It's going to be white people sophisticated messages, like how their comedy is. They tell jokes different from black people. So do they send their messages different too. So it's a little bit more cryptic, which I like because even their death threats are more sinister and they're not as traumatic as black people. When you go to black people Walmart and they want to send a death threat, they're just going to put a big old AR-15 on the back of a jersey and go stand in front of you in the store. That's what black people are going to do. White man is not going to do that. He's going to put a little bit more thought into it to make it a little bit more sinister. Might probably do something to make you think it's a good thing, but it's actually, when you keep looking at it, it's a bad thing. It's going to put a little bit more thought to it. It's not going to be as vulgar. He's not going to put an actual gun. He might put an actual sign, UAR, and put a thumbs up and then the number 6 behind it, or 15 behind it, which will equal 6. So might do something like that. But it's not gonna be as cryptic as that. Or he may just put, you might just see him, I don't know, he's just different. But going out there, unless I don't go to, if I go, like, I don't really have anywhere to go because everywhere is boring to me. If I used to like to go to the library in Sandy Springs, but if I go to the library in Sandy Springs, it's going to be bad because everybody is going to come, and like if I sit on row number 1, they're going to send all men on that row. And then they're going to have a bunch of bags and they're going to have a bunch of maladaptive behaviors. They might be dirty, might be talking to themselves. They might be doing a lot of different things and to be annoying. But it's not going to be like you at a library and you get to be peaceful. No. Then you're going to have someone to come in the library that is going to want me to know that they're there. And that they're going to want to do a lot to aggravate me. It might be the black lady that says she runs the bank. It might be her with the poofy hair and the big bag. Might be her because she comes in there and they send her almost every time I go. And she's always saying something retarded, and it gets on my nerves because they be making fun of my ambitions and my ideas. And so she comes in there and she has like a lot of bags, and she says that she runs the bank and but I like a job, and she does the most. So she might definitely come because she comes a lot. And then there's always somebody that is there to hook up to the actual computer, or if they don't do it from the actual internal system in the back office, they have to hook up to the computer. So the computer is going to get a lot of unnecessary engagement with pop-ups. And then they're going to turn the screen white every now and again, and that's dangerous. Because anytime they turn that screen white or it blinks off and it's just black, you're viewing some type of inappropriate material, either dark web material, pornographic material. You're seeing something you shouldn't be seeing, and that's why they black it out, and so that you just looking at it. But they're going to blend those screens later, and then It's no telling when you get there, the computer pass that you're given is always connected to someone else at another location or either in that, depending on what they're doing. If they're printing or printing from their laptops, then they're in the inside of the library. If they're just doing, online web access, then that computer number is given to somebody else and they're logging on at a different branch and you're sharing with them and I'm sharing with them. So always doing something like that. So the library is not fun and relaxing like you would think. It's no such thing as going somewhere to be by yourself and just relax. You go to the mall, that's good and it's not as stressful. But the only thing I have to worry about there is don't eat. Don't eat. They poisoned me so bad at that Sabaro place, Sabarro. They poisoned me so bad. Them Africans did. A while back, they got me real good. I ain't never been poisoned that bad. I thought I was struggling to to um to breathe and walk. They definitely did it. They overloaded. They poisoned. They put more than the normal average dose that they normally tell them to put in my food. They are Africans, black people. I'm telling you, they do worse than the white people. They do worse. Our own kind is doing the most. Every time I done had any kind of poison, it's always been the black people do it more. White people do it too, but black people do it more. And be sent that. That's in that. They happy. Sure did. Felt so bad. A black lady too. Said that's so nice and put all that poison in that stuff. She gave me that spaghetti. Uh, that stuff tasted so good. When I had ate, I wanted something different because I knew they was going Chick-fil-A wasn't gonna taste good. It was gonna be poison, so I didn't want that. Um, so I said I'm gonna go try me something different, and I guess they felt that she had been up there with her little samples and stuff, little food on the side. So I walked by, looked, seen it. I saw okay, I want this. And went over there, got it, tasted it. It was great. Got it, and that lady had put all kind of stuff in there. Garbage, almost fell out. So going to the mall, we're definitely going to make receipts. They're gonna definitely come. Everybody coming to shop, buy shoes, everything. So if I go to the mall, I guess if I get over that, I could probably. I ain't gonna say you won't ever have a good time, but I guess I could be okay if I went to the mall and probably sat down to write and listen to my music and just that's nice. My music is everything. That's like that helps me through everything. It gets me in the mood to write. You know what I'm saying? I can write green or I can write in my feelings. Mainly though, when I have my music on, and even if I start out in my feelings, the Lord gonna bring me out of my feelings. He'll bring me into my purpose every time I write into my purpose. Like you could see in my writing, that's why I like to do it. You could literally see, like this morning, I started out writing about losing Ketchup and not having him and my children and Harvard. And then I wrote right on into like my bigger sense of purpose of what I saw around it. And like I always write into my purpose, like every time. Like it doesn't matter what I can start out being really sad about. If I turn on my music, especially Psalms 18, or if I turn on Jacqueline Carr, I'm gonna write right on into my purpose. It's gonna turn me green. I'm gonna go green. And then I'll write into my purpose and then I'll feel better. And the trauma from what happened won't be as bad. But I have to write about how I feel because I'm just by nature, it takes me a really long time to get over stuff. Like if somebody make me really, really, really mad, it just takes me a long time to build trust in them again to where I feel like safe and connected, and like it just takes me a long time like to feel okay again. And so with ketchup, I'm just like hurt. I feel like somebody else like loves me, like really loves me, like wants, like is waiting for all this to be over so we could be together. But I don't like to talk about that anymore because I just, they get mad. Like if, because that was never supposed to happen. And so we were trapping this girl, this black girl, and in the process of all of this, somebody done fell in love with her. That meant that no matter what happens, she's going to be free because somebody from this side done fell in love with her and is going to know she's not guilty. So it's almost like better than having a lawyer because you got a personal law advocate and then he has a team. So it's like win-win. And they get mad because they know that. And so, and you might be like, how did that start? It started because this situation was very much out of control, and I was very different than anybody else that has ever been under a federal investigation because I don't consider myself under investigation because I ain't did nothing wrong. So it was a botchagation, a setup, and it went wrong because of the different times that the Lord had it to change hands because I was talking, and every time I talked, somebody white kept getting involved to see what in the world is this girl talking about. And every time they would see, they would listen. And then the person that was following me all along had buddies, had friends. They're all connected. And they were all looking. What in the world is going on with this? Like everybody kept looking. And then in California, when they was like, "You're dead if you don't be quiet," I always had somebody following me and saying, "You're good, you're okay," and so then, and they had a fun. Oh my God, that man was so fun in California. I walked up on him one day and didn't mean to, um, and he was so fine. Oh Lord, he was fine, and he was watching the whole thing because Gwanda was up there. Sending money through Cash App to a girl that worked at Denny's and trying to set me up, and he was watching the whole thing. And I ended up going to the back to do something. I was trying to look at a tag number or something. I didn't have no reason to be back there, and I ended up seeing him, and it wasn't awkward. I don't think he knew that I knew who he was, but then again, I think he did know, but it didn't matter. He was so fine, and he was sitting back there. He was the right kind that I like to. That's just rich. That just got the right gray hair. That look good, tall, slim, and just look like a computer. And all that power, all that technical knowledge is just it's so attractive. And just know how to do all of that stuff and just sitting there, just being brilliant and still. That's just as attractive that they be so sexy and quiet. I guess that's something to think about. Sexiness is quiet because they don't be saying nothing at all. You think they're a regular person. That man is important. That's my nickname for them. I call them special people because they're not regular people. Like they're powerful little robots. Where is my thing? I just had it. So it was So he was there, and I saw him, and he was so fun. And then one of them came to Walmart and sat in Burger King and was just watching. And they were in there setting up Burger King memberships. Just doing a lot. And so when they made me homeless, I had to take a bath in the truck. And that's when it got beneficial to me, because they were men. It was women too, but it was men. It wasn't women like looking at me like that. Well, then again, it was at one time. One lady told me I actually turned her on a little bit, but it was men that was in Walmart. Walmart parking lot used to be full. Walmart owes me. I bought them so much money in September of 2021, and they came and they told me, they not came and told me, they used to come in when I used to take a bath, and they used to play that song because they used to be controlling my music, like in order of what it played. If I didn't choose it, they would. And they used to play Jack in the Car. I want to see it. I gotta see. I want to see. They used to play that. Nasty stuff. And so I used to take my bath in the truck. I didn't have no else to take it. I had to take a bath. And so the agent started looking. And then I knew that they would watch me take my bath. And then, okay, so then if I knew I had an audience that way, then that same audience was watching out for me, or were they watching out for me in the store? And then they used to turn off my phone at like McDonald's, or like if I went somewhere, like when in Walmart, they would turn off my internet to see what signals were coming through, like to access, like, because they had my SIM card and stuff split. So somebody else would be texting on this SIM, and then somebody else would be messaging, so then they could see what crimes is being done on what phone and what SIM card. So they had my phone like off, and like so that somebody couldn't like access me and get to me like that. And then I don't know, I think somebody got mad or they moved that person or whatever. I don't know, because then they weren't doing it anymore. And so I didn't know whether they had found all they needed to know, or, if I had probably gave them away, because I used to be so traumatized in the situation. I used to then try to protect, or not. I didn't really try to be discreet about anything, because I didn't trust nobody. So I just put them all together, because if I did say, oh, well, this agency is helping me and this one is not, then the agency that was helping me would go to the one that was not. So I just put everybody bad, and that way it helped me to keep it clear for me. And then the FBI was always the one, you're going to be bad, because it helped me to do it that way, because they're the organization that's over corruption. So if I always outlined it according to judicial legislation and like organization, like your hierarchy chart, or according to demand, then the FBI was always king, and they trump everyone on the board in corruption and in jurisdiction. So that made me keep the focus on them and not on any other organization, because their report and their rank is what matters above everyone else on the board. It doesn't matter who you are. FBI has jurisdiction over you. That's why I like them. I love them. Even though they did all this stuff to me, I love them. I love them. I just love their men. I do. I love their men more than any other federal agency. I love FBI men. They got a certain, they training us beyond life. But at the same time, if you piss them off, it's just war. It's hell. And so I don't like to talk about the love theory part of this, because when they found out in California, they knew, because they was like, somebody else is paying attention to her, because she knows that she got some help out here somewhere. And plus they were watching they were really watching me to see what I looked at. So we'll follow her by what she looks at. And that's how they started to follow me when I went into stores to connect who was shopping. They would watch who I looked at and pay attention to me that way. So they did that, and they were all watching me. Whenever I went in the store, all eyes on me. What is she finna look at? What is she doing? And then Walmart was so good to me at one point. I don't know why they stopped, but Walmart had private security. And when I went in Walmart in September, because this used to be really big, especially when the whole tag thing came out. Walmart used to have people to walk the aisles of the parking lot and get every tag and see what was on those tags and what was in the back of the car. And then they used to have people, when I went in the store, let's say, because I didn't have that much money, so they knew she's going to go in there she's going to go to the cup of soup aisle, and she's going to go to the water aisle, and she needs soap, and she's going to go to the soap aisle. So they used to go and have a secret shopper, private security on those aisles. And I would walk and see them, and they would be scanning the whole section to see, because at this point they were coming in Walmart, bringing stuff in to leave wherever I was going to go. And then because my kidnapping rate was so high, they would have the feds would have the parking lot flood the parking lot when she's coming out. So she's coming out of the front. We need about 7 cars to back this traffic up so she can't get grabbed and put in the car. So they were doing that. And then they were walk on the Walmart aisles to see what people were putting in there on the Walmart aisle. So they always had somebody on the aisle seeing what messages, what labels, notepads, if anybody's writing her notes, and then to see what license plates are coming near her when she get out, because it was bad. They would come up there and play me songs. That white man that came up there that time and played me that song, it was so scary. It wasn't really scary, but it was just real. It was a real experience that the white man came up there and they parked right next to me, and it was loud. And he played "Welcome to My House," and I actually so gullible. The beat was amazing. It was bad, and he had a bad system because he got money. And he told somebody, go up there and play that song for her. And that man said, "Welcome to my house." And when I looked at the video, it was loaded. They had loaded it up. They had overlaid it so bad that by the time I looked at it, I didn't like that song no more. They had overlaid it so bad. Oh my God. It was like looking at a horror movie. And they dinged me. Cause back then when this first started, I got okay. So let's say I'm talking now, and they hear me, and I'm on my phone, and the TV's not on. I'm gonna hear the TV say, "Ding, ding." I'm gonna hear ding, ding, like an alert. That's them. Like if I say that's why I said, "Welcome to my house," and I say, and it looked like a horror movie. Ding. That means damn right, shut the fuck up. That's what that means. Lord forgive me for cussing. That's what they would do. You get a ding at a time in the conversation that is pivotal to what we want you to know. Like you done hit like ding, it done went off in your brain. Got it. Bingo. So he did that. So they used to play songs. They used to so that the FBI had set up a perimeter up there about all the way down like foothill, like around the truck. And so I had aided in my own um, help in keeping my own self alive because with the information God had given me, because I knew that I had to trap them off like in a one way in, one way out. That was helpful because Walmart was all the way in a cut and nothing but a church and claim jumpers was over here. So ain't no way to get out over there unless you run through the woods and the expressway right there. So where you going? So, and then you got to drive all the way out the parking lot. By the time you get out there, you're going to be done past the camera. So that's why I stayed right there at that Walmart parking lot for so long. And that was helpful because it was so many cameras right there. And by the time you go out, you're going to be done passed by so many cameras. Somebody going to be done got you, and you ain't going to be able to hack in personally to every last one of them and cut off all of those cameras. So that was very helpful at that time when I was, had I not been there, I probably would have been dead a long time ago. Like had I not been there, probably would not have lived. Well, God said that I should live, not die, and declare the works of the Lord, so I can't say that. But had I not had the Lord and not been at that Walmart location, I knew that wherever Walmart is and wherever Walmart has that blue police cam, you stay there and go there and get right up close as you can get to it. And that's what I would do. And so it didn't stop me from being put to sleep. Didn't stop them from coming in the truck. But it did aid in me being alive. And so back then they would talk more and was more open, and they had numbers and letter associations. So 9 is the police. 9 is not the FBI. So if you see this person did this to you, that wasn't us. That was 9. And I knew 9 to be the police department. And then they would say, and when I got up the next morning, when I went, like I knew I would be gassed, and they would know it too because they watched it. And then they would say that was 9 or that was 5. And then the FBI would never identify themselves. But they always said that it was the police, and then there was somebody else, another number that they would use, or another organization, or somebody private, like that had one of the banks or something like that. Then that was them. But they always, FBI watched the whole thing, everything. They don't have not one thing of my life for the last 6 years, that in the last 20 years, because the other day they was talking, they slipped up and sent me a message all the way back from when I was like 20 years old. So they was in my life all the way back then, because it's something they did or said or sent a message about, and they went to that Cadillac that they sent that that boy was in. That's the same Cadillac that that white man used to drive at Apple Homes on Gordon Highway. That white man, I think it was named Ray or something like that. I know the black boy was named Brian, and they was selling houses and dead people names at Apple Homes on Gordon Highway, and um that is why they sent that Cadillac. And plus, it's supposed to be like a collector's item or something like that. And so that's what they said. That's why I know they've been in my life that long. But anyway, they used to talk back then. And then once I started to get like love messages and like the man that loved me and that like was really like helping me, he used to send me soft things. Like he slowed down the haptics on my phone and they weren't sharp. They were like soft. So he used to play it all the time. He used to play um um the white man he had given me a few songs. It was um and Bureau Agents used to play too. They used to play me um he is for you. He is for you. Because they used to say you got it backwards. We're the ones that's helping you, but that wasn't true, all the way true, because it was bad Bureau Agents. But they used to say you got it backwards. So they used to send me they used to send me he is for you. He is for you. And then um the white man used to send me Brandon Heath. You put the light in me. Light. You put the light in me. I used to love that song. The beat was good. He used to send me that. And then they used to send me my love song. What's it? Dreams. They used to send me that. And then they made me a commercial. Um, I used to like the beat to be yourself, be you. That's what they used to send me. And then they used to send me a lot of songs. Like whenever I felt like because they watch and they're experts and they're trained to learn to know body language and what you're feeling because they said they cloned me already. And so they play on my artificial intelligent portrayed thoughts, whatever it says that I'm thinking or I'm feeling. And so they would move based on that. And so they would it they would see if I'm feeling bad or if I miss catch up or if I miss Harvard or I feel if I've been good, but I feel like if I didn't talk like all day long and I just listened to my music and I was sad and they seen that I probably only had like $5, then granddaddy would send somebody and they would give me like some money. Like granddaddy gave me good money. Daddy is cheap. Um, $40 is the most you get, and he's cheap. I'm sick of him. But granddaddy give me good money. $100 ain't gonna be no less than 100. And he know like he give good gifts, like hotel rooms and $300. Like the lady Marie gave me. It's a setup, but he also be playing along with the setup because he know that's the only way to get to me. So if I give her the money through a setup, then I'm gonna get her out anyway. So I really don't care that she gonna feel like I'm setting her up, but I'm really helping her. So he would send like white people, and the lady be like, girl, I just want to bless you," and I'd be like, "Okay," and so he'd give me like $200 and a hotel room and a whole full tank of gas and something to eat. I love you, man. Set me up, yes, winning, yeah. He did like that. Granddaddy gave good gifts. Good gifts. Good gifts in California. I don't know why I'm still here because I ain't got not one of them gifts since I've been here. Came back down here to this junk. Sitting in a doggone room all day long, nowhere to go, nothing to do. California, he said, it's the land of the magic. You can just make it happen. Whatever you think, because you can just run into the right person because he everywhere. And you just got the best gifts up there. $300, $250, $200, a place to stay. It was just a matter of time before he rolled up on me and gave me a car. But I don't know why I came down here. Fool around with Ketchup because I loved him. Because Like in California, it's like the guy's new, she ain't doing nothing wrong. But I was just like, I really wanted to just see this through and to really, really see if Ketchup just never loved me. And like when I see him the other night, I looked at his profile on the fake Instagram page that he has. And if he thinks that I think that's his real Facebook page, then he obviously don't know me very well, because that's not his real Instagram page. When I looked at it, he looked so good. And I think I'm just like still like infatuated with like who, like the ability that he has as like as being like a Fed, like just that affiliation, like it's just so sexy to me. You can be ugly as I don't know what, have on cologne and have a federal badge and you can get it. I mean, them people is just, they sexy and they got just a certain, they just got, they got a different swag than IRS feds. They're just different. They're just different. And they move different. And they ain't got to do a lot. Some of them don't. And some of them do too much. But it just depends on like who it is. But Ketchup, I didn't want to not be married to him. I just thought that because he was who he is and the Lord wanted me to work with the government, that good. Then I get to, all right, let me just do it my way. I get to work with the government and work with the man that I want. And even though I'm fascinated with the idea of being with a white man and having that same dream, I was torn from my love from Ketchup. And that is the part that's hard to get over. It's not that I can't move on. It's not that I can't process it. It's just that I was torn from it. I was made to leave that. It's like somebody steals something from you. You don't have a choice. You weren't ready to let it go. You weren't ready to get rid of it. Somebody stole it. So you didn't have a choice. So insurance can replace it. You know, I could get another love. I could get another life, but I'm just still like, but that one was just torn from me. And I don't know. I tried to be his friend, to have some type of positive closure with that would allow me to, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. But I'm trying to, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and that if he doesn't come back and he doesn't, if it's over, then you just have to come to grips with that. Like that was his job. Chris, it's just his job. And you'll move on and you'll be happy. And and just look forward to the future. And I'm okay with that, but I don't think that that's right to just be like, well, all right, I'm gonna just find me, God will bless me with a Fed, and then I'll get with a white man, and then we'll be rich and happy because I'll have all my money from this. And I'm okay with that. I just don't, it just doesn't still mean that I have to change from who I am and what I stood for. Like, even if he wasn't like wanting to be married to me and being with me, it doesn't mean that I didn't really want to be with him. It doesn't mean that. And so I'm processing who I am, like being who I am. I don't want to like get with somebody else and be like, well, I went and got under the first man that I seen, because that wouldn't be fair to him. Like, if I was to like, if they was to say, the FBI would say tomorrow, like, all right, you good, your life is over, and you right, it is a man, it's a few men actually like you already, because we've been paying you attention, and you can date whoever you want to and move on with your life. I would still date slow, and I would still be careful with them, and it would not even be as delightful as you would think, because they are so powerful with their games that they can make you fall in love with them by 5 o'clock. Like, I can meet them at 3 and they can make you literally have all those good fluttery feelings by 5 o'clock, because they are smooth and charismatic, and oh, they are so charming, and they smell good, and they got money, and they know what you're thinking. They know what you want to hear. They know what you want. They know how to sweep you off your feet, and they know how to put you so far up in that air and move out of the way and watch you bust your back on the ground. They can do that. They have done that. And that's why I don't. That's why I don't like to fool with them. So I would be nervous and thinking that again, especially you fall in love with them and you be thinking that's really the one, and that's one of the ones that you done told on. Ooh, oh, thinking all along, I'm gonna met him. I am so happy. Yeah, you go. Wait till you go to sleep. Good night. And he is so smooth, and you won't know a thing, and be just so happy and thinking that you are so in love. That's one of those agents, girl, that you don't tell them. The man is waiting on you to go to bed. I ain't got time for that. I would be scared. I would be scared of him, especially knowing. This is different if I didn't know. Like, if I met another one, and I want another one because I can't be with a regular man, because he's not going to understand how people talk through computers, how they hack you. He's not going to understand how to read tags. He's not going to understand how to survey the room. Like, when you walk in a room, you're supposed to be able to read the room. Read everybody that's around, looking to see what's going on. What your environment is like. If you're safe in that environment, look at your tags, look who's there, where's the back office, where's your entrances. Like, he ain't gonna know all of that, and I know all of that. And so I don't want to get with him and know more than him, and then have to teach him, and then have to make him all paranoid. I can just get with a Fed, and they know they're not paranoid, because they know this is life. Like, this is what people do. Like, so I know to only take her places like this. So I know we can go out. We could do this. Like, I don't have to worry about that. I would be with, like, the best or the best. But at the same time, when you piss them off, don't go to sleep. Take no naps. Good night. You got time for it. I would be scared of him. And white people have that tendency by nature. They don't even need to do not. They didn't do anything to earn it. It just by nature. They will put your ass to sleep. They mean it. Every celebrity that done did a comedy show by white people say the same thing. When people say you dead in a minute, and they mean it, and you be thinking everything is okay. Them people tell you, people not gonna play with you. It's in their nature. They can't help it. They can't do nothing about it. Bless their hearts. Just like black people can't stop calling names. White people can't stop. You go to bed, that's a wrap. She don't even know what she did. They're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna argue. They're gonna think about it, drink. Then one night that you done seen him stay up and say, what is he thinking about killing you? Get rid of your ass. You're gonna be buried out there in their yard. Because you done did something to piss him off and he's not gonna say one word. You're gonna have on them little old shorts. You're gonna go to work like he ain't did nothing. And come back. We done went to Home Depot and bought all that stuff. And they ain't said one word. That lady in there just cooking. He's done with you. He's sick of you. He told you not to have no more damn kids. And you still around here having kids. And he ain't got but $1 million left in savings. They panic. Black people have $1 million in savings. We on Facebook. White people have $1 million in savings. That's not enough to pay for college. That's it. Somebody has to go. That's it. I can't support him. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. I think that I want to just really, really just pray. And I felt something from God last night that he put in my heart. I saw this cartoon that I really liked, and it was called Elijah. And I really liked it. And it was about the cartoon, the actual Bible, the prophet Elijah. And so I looked at that cartoon. It was neat. And it was like the synopsis of Elijah, the prophet. And I watched it and I heard like the Lord was talking to me about my life, like being still in the presence of God. Just that I know this isn't a fun time for you, but I want you by yourself for a reason. And the other day when I was in Walmart, believe it or not, I picked up that in the store. I opened it and it said, love your enemies. And when I turned to the thought for the day, it said, being still or being quiet, a quiet time with God. And so every person that was really, really, really in tune with God had this ultimate quiet experience that they were not, that God pulled them out and pulled them aside and pulled them like away from everybody, that they were only with God for all that time. And most of the time it was 40 days. And you want to know why? God just told me this. You want to know why? Because 40 days is a consecration period of where you're letting go and you're getting rid of bad habits. So like, according to psychological research, you will rid yourself of any bad habits in 30 days. So 40 days with God, you're getting rid of some habits, letting go of some behaviors. Your diet unchanged. You're fasting, and it's changing you. It's purifying you, bringing you to a level of understanding and hearing the Lord in such a way. What you're doing is you're tuning your ear gates to hear the Holy Spirit. You're becoming more sensitive and in tune and in line with Him. So that when God calls you and you haven't to want that Moses experience, it requires consecration, that time. And nobody don't really, you say you want to do that, but when God said, I need you on a 40-day fast for me real quick. KFC started to look so good. I don't need you doing that. I need you to do this, because in this process, you're going to hear something from me. And believe it or not, if I go all the way back to when I first married Ketchup, if I would have did this, I probably wouldn't even be in this situation, in this bed, having this conversation tonight. Because when I had that time and that period, I told Ketchup, I said, God told me to go on a 40-day fast. And Ketchup said, you can't go on no fast without me. See? He didn't want me to do it. And God told me then, on 801 Chickapin Road, I want you to go on a 40-day fast. And if I had went on that fast, I don't know how it would have changed the trajectory of my life today. I don't know what it would have done, but it definitely would have changed my life. It definitely would have changed how things were going, because God had definitely told me that. At 801 Chickapin Road, when we first moved to Carolina, South Carolina, from 2905 Arrowhead Drive, apartment E6. Yep. Not Arrowhead, I'm sorry. 505 13th Street, apartment E9. E6 or E9, one of them. E6. 505 13th Street. 505 13th Street, E6, E9. It was E. I think it was E9 or E6, one of them. But yeah, so when we moved from there, and that's when God put in my heart. But as soon as I saw Ketchup, as I looked in his face, as soon as I saw him, I said, I saw a book. I started writing it. If the FBI tell the truth, they will say she did. And it started out like this. I said, when I saw him, I heard shh, 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 and he was spraying on all this cologne. And he came out of the bathroom, and the eviction notice light on the table, and he walked right past it. And I sat on the couch, and I wondered what kind of man is this. Like, I was writing what I was going through, what I was feeling, because that's all he used to do when we first met. Spray on cologne, smell like a Macy's counter, and go to church. And I felt emotionally abandoned. But I didn't understand what was going on then. He was getting me prepared for the takedown all along. All back then, he was grooming me to hurt me like I am today. It's just like they say a snake doesn't eat when he's preparing himself for a big meal. And he was abusing me, getting me ready for where I am today. Building me so that I wouldn't be in love with him, that I would feel a certain way, that I would be used to the abuse, the emotional abuse. He didn't need to physically, even though he did hit me a time or two. He put those 13 stitches in my leg. And he was upset that night. Like he said, like he was worried because If I would have called the police on him, he would have went to jail. The case would have been broke. It would have fell apart. And I didn't even know that. That's why you don't see his name on that case in 2013 in South Carolina. It don't have that me and Ketchup was married. I mean, it don't have Ketchup's name nowhere on that because he was caught. He's a federal agent and committed a felony. That's a felony on her leg. He would have been in trouble. And the case would have been messed up. So they stitched me up, brought me back home, and he was mad. He was mad. He was mad that he had messed up, and he was mad that that I had made him mad. And he used to we was arguing, I think. I don't know what we was arguing about. Probably porn or Kiva, one of the two, because them are the only things we ever argued about. We didn't have no money issues. Because they used to that was whole part of the plot to make sure we had plenty of money. So it wasn't, so they made sure that we worked and looked successful to the eye. So we never argued about no money. Not once we got, not once we fully got married. I mean, not once we got like deep into the plot. And once we got over to South Carolina and after Chicopee Road, he went to work at CMC for a little bit at the hauling place at the dump yard. And then after that, we was set. We was gonna be all right. We were gonna be all right. So we went and he worked at, we first got married. I was working at Crystal's in Augusta, Georgia on Washington Road. And Deanna was my manager. And she couldn't stand me, Deanna and Tyrone. And they, every day, the law was involved back then. They was setting me up then to make it look like I was a thief and stealing money at Burger King. So let me just take this back to I first got out. Let's talk about that while I do my nails. Let me talk. Have a good time. Go green. So where is my nails? They were on the bed. I had to get all this stuff off this bed. It doesn't look very happy. Okay, so when I first got out of prison, let's go back a little bit. So when I first got out of prison, you know, they had let me out before actually letting me out. They went and took me through the whole process. They said, I went to South Carolina. I went through the parole board. They said you made parole. They took me to the whole thing. Call your ride. I called Sheila. They got me clothes up there. All of that, they let me out. Well, they gave me white pants to put on. White. And so, So they went and they went and I went and put on they had gave me clothes and all of this, and they said I made parole. They didn't care nothing about my kids. They let me call home. They let me tell my kids. They let everybody think that I was coming home, knowing that I wasn't. They didn't care nothing about my kids at all. And my kids was devastated. I had told them I was coming home from prison, and they were so happy. Corey was so happy. And I thought I was. They said, you made parole, you getting out. And okay, all right, I'm getting out. So in 2006, they said I made parole. No, I did not. I made it, and they didn't release me. Miss Freeman, my caseworker, said that they had lost the file. So I wasn't able to get out. So I stayed in prison for the remainder of my time until I maxed out in 2006. I mean, in 2006, I made parole, I think in 2005 or somewhere in there. And then, oh, no, this is what it was. I got it. I made parole, and they said that I was getting out of prison. I didn't get out of prison. They picked me up and took me to Georgia. And I went to Georgia prison. But they put it down that I got out. And that's why it was all messed up and all jumbled up. They did it on purpose. So I go to prison in Georgia, and they did everything quick. So I didn't have to go to a court and all that. No, They had all this already set up and arranged. So I got out of prison. I went to Columbia County Detention Center, got processed in. I think was Miss, what is that lady name? I think it was Miss Lagon or Miss something. No, Miss Lagon was the person that worked there. It might have been still her because they worked double roles. It was the white lady came to see me. She said she was the parole officer, and she made me sign a waiver. And she said that this is your probation paper, sign this. This is saying that you back over here in Georgia. I said, I have not been home. She said, so you ain't never got out? I said, no, I never got out. She said, all right, what we're going to do is I'm going to send you, get this done, get this process, and we're going to release you. You should be out of here in about 2 weeks. Still calling my family, saying I'm coming home. Child, please. Them people sent me right on up to Georgia Department of Corrections and had me sitting there waiting until I was getting out and never got out. It gave me 2 more years. I sat there for 2 years and got out. In 2008, I got out because Corey went to jail for murder. And Easter went to the jail where he was and went to DJJ and told the judge that his mom is in the Georgia Department of Corrections and she should be here for this to witness what is going on. So the juvenile DJJ said, okay, his mom should be here. So, but that was all a part of the plot. They came and got me out, but not immediately. What was the Warden Kennedy called me to her office, and she said the people are outside, the news is outside, and they want to see you, and they want to talk to you. And she said, but we're not going to allow it. And she said, I've given everyone an order not to speak on your situation not to do any interviews, and not to talk about this at all. And she said if you ever need to use the phone, all you have to do is let all of the agents know on the building that you need to use the phone, and we will get you to the phone as soon as possible. And she was like, I don't have any file on you or any record. And she said, so that means that you're not a problem for me. And she said, and so because you're not, I'm going to get you out of here. She said, you need to be with your son and you need to be with your family. And she said, so hang tight. And she said, I'm going to get you out of here. And so that was March the 20th. I was out of there in June 30th. That night, I didn't get no, I'm trying to find out that I was getting out. I think I called the next day. I'll call Easter. And Easter said, June the 30th or something like that, you're getting out or something. You got a date? And then I called and checked the TPM. And they said it was June the 30th, tentative parole month. And so then they called me to the thing. And I went, they said, bag your trash. And I went, and they sent me, my girlfriend with Brandy Reed, informant. They had her in there to see what all I was talk about, because they had to let, because Wendy was the first informant. So once Wendy was gone, Brandy Reed filled in. So once Brandy Reed filled in for Wendy, then they said, okay, well, we got a new informant that's going with her now, and we're going to make her girlfriend so she can go home with her. So they did. So me and Brandy Reed got out the same day. We got out. She went to Atlanta. I went to Augusta. And she came down there to see me a few days after that. So I started working. My first job out was back over there at Michael Moore in Augusta, 3209 Deansbridge Road, Augusta, Georgia, 30906, somewhere in there. And so I started working with Mike, and I went and I was on the news. I had applied at Crystal's on Deansbridge because Mommy was living on Telfair Street, or Hicks Street, one of them, Hicks Street or Telfair Street, one of them. I think they got a cross street, but Mommy was living down there. So I had went to, because I had got out parole to Mommy house. And when Mommy found out that I was going with Honey, Mommy said, oh no, them lesbian spirits won't be laying up in here. So the same day that I got out, we went to Golden Corral and everybody met and we ate. And then I went out that night. Vonna took me out. I think Vonna took me out. We went to Taneba house. I got drunk as a skunk. And I threw up all over the place. All over. I was fine until I took a drink from, somebody gave me a bad drink. I was fine all night. I was feeling great. And somebody gave me a bad drink and I threw up I was sick after that. So I left. And so Vonna had took me to the party. So I went out, was all happy. Honey had came to the party. Everybody is out. We having a good time. I went and got a hotel room at the Scottish Inn on Washington Road. Okay, so I'm out. I just got out. Everybody know about Corey. Everybody talking about it. This is a mess. Oh man, let me see if I can get this off right quick. So this is a mess. And so I'm like, well, let's see how this is gonna work. So what happened is Mike gave me a job, which was the same Michael Moore from when I was a teenager. Gave me a job at McDonald's. At Burger King at 3209 Deansbridge Road in Augusta, Georgia. And so I got the job. I started working, and the Internal Revenue Service was on my tail. They were pissed as soon as I got out. They didn't care. They hit me with a garnishment. They said I owed taxes, and they wanted their money right then. And they didn't want to talk about it. Wasn't no payment plan. We don't want to do none of that. We want $10,000 right now. And so after that, oh, look at this. This actually look cute. So after that, I said, I don't know what to do because I ain't never had no salon at 2300 Broad Street. And they said, yes, you have. And so when I initially first tried to fight it, they weren't trying to hit it. They said it costs money. It costs $400 to file some kind of form to say that the money that's not you. To open an identity theft thing. They said it costs $400. So they was making sure they was just lying, saying stuff so that I wouldn't file a claim on them saying that I owed the taxes that I didn't owe. So after that, then so I came out broke. I came out struggling, and they said, the parole lady said, and you are not allowed to miss one visitation from with your son. You have to be there every single time he has visitation. They was setting me up real good. And so I had no choice. That's what she said. And they knew I had no car, and they knew I had no money. But God, he made a way. And so did mommy. Mommy made sure I got to see Corey. She gave me money out her check. Every time mommy going, my mom would call me the night before visitation on Saturday and Sunday and say, and I think it was Wednesday, you got money to see that boy? And I'd be like, no, or whatever. She'd be like, come get $20 to go. And I would get a ride. I think Wanda would take me or somebody would take me, but they was taking me. And then I eventually got my car and was going on my own. And then they sent him 5 hours away and still told me all the way to Muskogee on purpose because they wanted me to go ahead and start moving around. We need you to start moving around. So they sent me all the way to Muskogee, and I loved Mr. Samuels. He was amazing. And that's who they told me. He was like, I'm going to be that boy daddy while he here. And so I used to love him. So he used to make sure that Corey was straight. So then that was that. So they gave Corey a little dog. It was like he was at a camp. I liked it, Muskogee, for Corey. But Corey wasn't ready for it. So he got put out of Muskogee because he tried to walk off the campus. And when he got mad, because it wasn't really locked in like that. And which I still say that it was some foul play with that, but Mr. Samuels told me it wasn't nothing he could do, and that he couldn't hold that kind of violation. He couldn't let him stay, and that he couldn't overlook it. And so he said, it ain't nothing I could do. I gotta let him go. And so they put him in Milledgeville. So they was slowly moving me around to these little dope towns they wanted me to be having visits in, and being in places they wanted me to be. And they was using him to do it, moving my son around to make me be in places where they wanted me to be, using him. So went on ahead and did what the people tell me to do, but I don't notice that that time. I just think they just moving them around. But no, they have a reason. So I moved around, went to Milledgeville, and that was the first time I ever seen Corey beat up. He wasn't bad. His eye was swole, but they told me compared to what he had did to the boy that did that to him, they said it wasn't nothing. That he looked great. His eye was swole, and I was crying. And he was like, "Ma, I'm good. You gotta fight as soon as you come in the door." He was like, "That's what you gotta do." And I was like, "Why?" And he was like, "Ma, you just got to. You gotta fight." And he was like, "I'm good. I know how to handle myself. I'm straight." And I was glad about that. That he wasn't that, you know what I'm saying, the 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 law had looked out for him in that way. And, you know what I'm saying? They had taught him how to fight. You know, that's one thing about it. They say Corey he could handle himself. And so that I was glad about, that at least he wasn't in there. You know what I'm saying? They told me, "Oh, he's never getting taken advantage of. None of that's happening in here. He knows how to handle himself very well. Your son is a fighter." And so I was glad about that he didn't have it as some women had it, because some of their kids and that was getting done really bad. And so I was glad that that wasn't happening to my son. So then after that, I'm still working at Burger King. I ain't making no money. My checks is void. I'm working just to pay my Chapter 13 bankruptcy. And I done put my car in it so that I could have my car to go see Corey. But I ain't making no money at all. I'm having no money. And I'm living at 2534 Lumpkin Road. They let me move in there. A white lady let me move in. They said she was on drugs and running their apartment complex, and she let me move in for $25, and let me do it as a rental special. They were setting me up all along. So I moved in. She let me move in for $25. Gave me a receipt, all of that. Let me move in, and I had to fix up the place on my own. So I fixed up the place on my own. I had to go buy everything that it needed. Paint, I had to do all that myself. So I did. I painted it. I put some little tiles and stuff on the floor. I made it real cute. I did all that stuff on my own. Moved on in. And all my family got nice stuff. So they gave me furniture. Gwanda gave me a living room set, the leather living room set that she had. And she got her a new living room set. Ann gave me 2 beds at her house. My cousin Ann and other people just gave me little stuff. Somebody gave me a table, but everybody was giving me different stuff. And they said, and little did I know, they was passing furniture around all along, making me be different people, because Gwanda got the furniture from Vanna. Gwanda got the furniture from Vanna, and I got the furniture from Gwanda. So they was passing all along, giving me furniture that done been in all those people's houses while I was in prison, so that I could have it. And they was taking pictures all along. That's why Gwanda and Vanna was so tight and with that furniture, because the furniture, they was setting me up to be Vanna, and Vanna was giving the furniture to Gwanda for me to have, so that it would be in my house when I got out. And they knew all along, those two did. So they gave the furniture to Gwanda, and then that's why my parole officer came over there and had a fit like she did. It was all a setup, and I didn't know then. I just was crying because I didn't know what was going on. She came over there, and the house looked nice. Everybody said it was nice. It was leather furniture in there. The beds was nice, and I had a table and everything. And that white lady came in there and said, "Where did you get this stuff from?" And you just got out. And I said, "My family." And she said, "No, you didn't. If you don't have a receipt by 5 o'clock, you are going back to prison." And she walked out. She turned my flowers over on the table and she walked out. And I called Easter and I was crying. And she said, "I'm going back to prison. I didn't do nothing wrong." And I told her, "Gwanda gave me this stuff." And she said, "You better have a receipt by 5 o'clock or you going to prison." So Gwanda Easter called to Georgia Department of Corrections for me. Easter was the ride or die back then, because she was allowed to be my sister. So she called and she told them that lady had no right going over to my sister's house acting like that because my sister is not doing anything wrong, and she did. We gave her that stuff, and that lady did not have no right to go in her house and do that. So the parole board said she won't be allowed to come back out there anymore if which was nothing but the feds saying that they was watching me anyway. So they told her, "We got it, you good, you can back off, we got it, we watching her anyway." So that was the end of that. So after that incident, I didn't have to worry about that no more, and they put me on non-report. So I didn't have to report no more, and I didn't have to see the lady anymore. She wasn't allowed to come back out there, and they took me and put me on non-report status. But Brandy still had to go report, and they allowed us to live together, which they knew was a violation. But they let us live together because Honey was swapping with me. She was being the crackhead for them. So they let Honey live in the house, and they let she still had to report because she was being me. So both of us don't need to be there. That's why they let me off, because Honey was going to be me. So we don't need her. We don't need Crystal coming in. Brandy's coming in as her. So they went ahead and I got out. I mean, I got off. I didn't get off probation. I just didn't have to go anymore to parole. So I worked at Burger King all the way up to 2009. I worked a whole year. I didn't get in any trouble. I didn't get fired. I left there because I got a job. I got tired of being broke. And Sheila and Gus was my mentors. They used to talk to me on the phone all the time. And they used to tell me, give me advice and keep me encouraged. And I had all of my family support at this time. All of them. Sheila, everybody. And so I had said, I don't want to keep working there. I don't have no money. I can't do anything. And all I'm getting is just a voided check every time I get paid. So Gus and Sheila would help whenever they could, or whenever they were going to. And then Mommy was, and then Brandy and I had money because Brandy made tips. So we would, work and, pay the rent. And that was the end of that. So, so after that, what happened is we went and, let's see, I just went. So I went to get the job at the Greens on Washington. I went and applied one day. I had never did any leasing. I didn't know nothing about it. I just went up there one day to an open interview. And when I went up there, Susan Doucette was the manager and the hiring manager on the scene. And I got everybody was doing open interviews, and I went back to the back office and I interviewed with this lady that was later no longer there anymore. So she was when I got the job, they had done replaced her. She wasn't there no more. But she hired me, the black lady that ran the property, and Susan Doucette hired me. And Susan Doucette said she hired me because I had pretty teeth and that she had never seen somebody. She liked my personality, and she said that I was very courageous, and I mean not courageous, but she just liked that she liked me. So she said I'm gonna give you the job. So I got the job right away. So I got the job, and I am now a leasing agent, and I am making $10. I'm making $8 an hour working at the Green Zone, Washington, 2425 Washington Road in Augusta. And I don't know nothing about being a leasing agent. And I got the job, and once I got the job, I said, okay, something's going to have to give. What am I going to have to do? So I'm going to have to learn this job because I don't know the job at all. So I got the job, and on the part on the application where it asked, did you commit a felony, I didn't put anything. I left it blank. And because I didn't want to tell a lie. So I just left it blank. So I got the job. I started the job, and Leanna Torres, she was the Mexican. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. I was swapping with her. And that's why they called me Liliana today in Aurora, because Liana worked at 2425 Washington Road, and she was the Mexican, and I used to always butt heads with her, arguing with her, because she used to get on my nerves, always doing too much. And now that I look at my life, that's exactly what we used to argue about. I used to tell her, you ain't me. I used to argue with her and say that all the time. And now that makes perfect sense, because I used to say, she always trying to do stuff like me. You ain't me. Every time. And I didn't even know it. Now I know it now. So Liliana was there, and that's who I was working with. Liliana, Pam Dean, Tanya Williams, Alfonso, Joe, and a black girl later came, and Teresa. Yep. So I got the job, and I'm making more money than I have ever made in my life. I messed around and put the bottom nail on the top. Oh well. Darn, I done messed around and put the bottom nail. And then the top, I done messed around and put the nail for the bottom. The nail for the top on the bottom. Let's see how I can fix this. So, darn, I do not want to mess this up. So, and I can't get it off. So, I get to, so I got the job, and I taught myself. I stayed at work. They ain't not counting about no overtime. I stayed at work. I went in early. I got the leases out the drawer, and I read them, looked over them. I learned how to type leases, and was no training in that job, because the managers ain't know what they was doing, because they was feds, working with the feds. So they didn't know what they was doing. They was just in there just doing stuff. Everybody that came in there was who was set to be there. And the property was pretty much ran itself. So it wasn't nothing like you got to be really running the property. It was, I mean, I ran the property. I did my job. It was work to be done, but it was all staged. So I got the job. I'm making $8 an hour. Diane Jensen is the VP of the Mayo Group. And she used to come down there, and there used to be a conference call every Friday with all of the properties on the line. And I was a bad girl, honey. Them people they didn't like me, but the feds was boosting me up. But I didn't know this at the time. But I was still good at what I did. I was pretty. I was about a 9, 10 in my pants. And I used to keep my wigs done. And I wore a white shirt and black pants, crispy, coming to work with me a bad pocketbook and some nice black shoes. And I used to get out there and walk that property and make it do what it do. And I knew what I was doing once I learned the system. See, I stayed at work and learned the system and was reading what the disclosure said. The disclosure said if any two applicants have a combined score of at least 5 something, 6 something, then they are conditionally approved. If any two combined score, that means all I need is 2 people on every application. Once I learned that, it was a wrap. They was like, how do all your applications get approved? Don't worry about that. You don't need to know all that. Don't worry about that. God send me the right people. Stop being all in my business. But I had learned the system. I read. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't doing nothing wrong. I read. It said if any 2 people. So I would tell people, what's your score before you come? So they'd be like, oh, I ain't got my score ain't good. That's not when you need somebody on your application with you. Oh, they ain't got no good credit. It doesn't matter. You just need somebody on your application with you. You can't do it by yourself. Gotta have a cosigner in order to do it, and it'll work. And they'll be like, really? I can get an apartment. You get an apartment. And it's gonna be on the special. It's gonna be on the special. Really? Okay, so all I need to do is, and I used to be making people happy as I don't know what. Not breaking the law. I'm doing my job. And I used to make about before I say that, I got a promotion. So Diane Yensen, that's why I brought her up. She used to be on the call. She said, what's it doing down there in Augusta? Crystal, is Crystal on the call? I'd be like, yep, Crystal's right here. Crystal, how's it doing? How many leases you got so far this week? About 20. And they're about to be laughing. I'm like, no, I'm doing up there. Okay. The last month you had 34. Good job. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, woo! Everybody clapping. So then after that, Diane came down there one week. She didn't tell me she was coming. She said, came down there and she was like, called me in the office. And then she was like, we are so proud of you. And she was like, we're going to give you a $2 raise. And I said, for real? For what? And she was like, because you done beat everybody on the call consistently since you've been employed here. And we love your hard work. And we're going to give you a corner office. They gave me a corner office with them big old glass doors and a $2 raise. So I went from $8 to $10. And I was like, and she told me you can get an apartment for $200 a month. Winning. I'm talking about. And I got to pick it out on my own. You can get to stay in any of these apartments I hear you want with a 55% concession. Winning. I'm talking about winning. Making all that money. I don't even know what I did with it. I can't even tell you. So I went, got me an apartment. I went to Rooms to Go, got me some furniture, and we got into it later. I filed a dispute with them, with they deceiving behinds. They was trying to set me up back then to you get a free TV, knowing good and well they was gonna make the TV look like a rental. So I threatened to sue them. So anyway, long story short, got me some furniture, moved in my apartment. It was nice. I lived there, so I had the painters go in, do all the painting, get all my stuff right, hook me up because I work here. You know what I'm saying? So I want this apartment. This is mine. So I want it to be done right. And so it got painted all the way through. Had new carpet put in. That joint was laid. Got in there. And I'm making $10 an hour, 80 hours every 2 weeks at the least. So my check is always going to be $800 at least, because I work every 2 weeks, get paid every 2 weeks, and I get on the second paycheck of every month is my bonus check, where all my leases and my renewals come in. And I ain't gonna get no less than 25 leases a month. And the goal was 12. You got to make at least 9 to 12 a month. Child, please, I was killing that, especially with the fine Mexican construction group. Oh my God, that man had so much money and so fine. Get yourself over here. And I don't even like Mexicans like that. It didn't make no sense. They just coming out with them tight pants on, all that money crammed down in their pocket like that. Bring your rich stuff over here. But they was too trusting. And I did the right thing. And that's how I lost my job. I did the right thing. And so they would come in there, they would set me up, but I didn't know it. I did the right thing, and it didn't even work out for me. They would come in there, and I would be like, them people don't never fill out their money orders. Nope. They would set me up. And I didn't fall for it, thank God. I did the right thing. And Tanya did, though. She was stealing money orders. And that's what they wanted me to be doing, because that's what they asked me to do in 2004. But they asked me to do that just a little bit differently. And I told them, I'm not down with that, bro. I don't deal with Fed stuff. It's not mine. I'm not into that. Tanya was. She was stealing money orders. So I called her and I said, I don't want to do that. And I like them because that man bring me too many people all the time. I don't have no reason to steal from them. And I don't have no reason to steal from the job. This is the best job I ever had in my life. You know what I'm saying? And Diane and all the VPs. I could have asked them white people, can I come and live in the corporate? And them people would have said yes and flew me out there and gave me it. I didn't have no reason to mess with them white people at all. That was the best job I ever had. I'm talking about, I was in there. Like, them white people. What do you want, girl? You leasing all these? You got our units booked out here. I'm talking about booked. Solid. We full. And I'm getting your rent, and I'm getting reviews. Like, these people is like writing letters. Kelly Dietrich wrote letters to the corporate office. We love Crystal. Like, this girl is amazing. And I used to keep their property right. Knew all the tenants, knew what was going on. Let me see if I'm getting this on here right. So long story short, let's see how these look. So long story short, Diane was like, Crystal can, hold on, give me something, right? So Diane was like, I could have got anything I wanted from them, because I was doing so good, and I had no reason to do nothing wrong. And plus, I was on parole, and plus, my life was good. I was good. Like, Corey was good. Like, even though he was in DJJ, he was good. Like, he was good. I'm like, my problems are, I ain't got no stress. I ain't got no, I got issues. I got problems. But I don't need to be rocking the boat right now. I don't need to be doing nothing extra. I got more money than I ever had in my life legally with my name. I don't need to do nothing. So they was like, hold on, let's see where my glue at. So after that, it was termites in the apartment, and it just started going down because I told this girl, wait, where's my glue? That fast. I told this girl that I was friends with, and that's what I always a female to mess me up. I looked out for her, and I told her I didn't necessarily do nothing wrong, but I told her that that her boyfriend had a warrant, that it had came across, and that she was my friend, and so I was just trying to look out for her, and it was one of them Wendy's that they had sent in my life, and it was her, and she went behind my back and wrote a letter to corporate, and it was the feds all along, and because I had did that, then they was like, she can't, we gonna get her out from up here, and because I told that the boy had a warrant, because they were gonna get him anyway, so I just wanted to go ahead and give it a heads up that he got a warrant. So don't you know what I'm saying? To go ahead and turn himself in. That's all that was. It ain't like I knew anything past that. They didn't tell me all what the warrant was for and all that. I just knew he had a warrant. The police came. So I told. And they I told, and they got me out of there. They they wrote a letter to corporate and tried to act like it was somebody, it was some somebody, it was some type of um this somebody, and they gave me the handwriting. The handwriting looked just like Ketchup's. Even though I didn't know Ketchup at the time, it looked just like Ketchup's handwriting. And they let me see the letter. It wasn't nobody but Tanya and that girl, and the feds all along. And they said that you are on parole, and somebody brought that to our attention, and we looked at your application, and you falsified your application, and you fired. And I was like, I falsified my application, and y'all saying that I'm on parole, and y'all didn't know. And I used to drive Tanya's car to parole. You know what I'm saying? And I was just like, I'm over it. And plus, the parole officer had actually been out to my apartment before, even though I was on unsupervised. They knew like where I worked. I was like, I'm not gonna worry about this no more. I'm just like done with it. But I didn't feel like that at that time. I cried. I was depressed. I was like, I felt so bad that I had that job for that long, and because I didn't want to do something wrong, like I really didn't want to hurt the male group. Like I didn't want to do nothing wrong. I wasn't a criminal. Like I done had that stint in my life, like like being grimy. But when you're a criminal, you really don't get away with nothing you do. Like you might go out here and steal. Like, and I don't mean steal, like put it in your pocket. I mean like con and beat somebody and make $1,500, but you're going to lose it. Like if every dime that I made, something always went wrong. So you never get a good slate. You never don't. It ain't like you get to go out here and run a scam at the store, and then you get to come home and pay your rent. You might get to pay your rent, but then your lights gonna get cut off, or your house gonna drown. Flood, or your car gonna go bad, or you're gonna get in a wreck, and they're not gonna have insurance. You gonna like always have something bad come out of it, so you don't never get nothing good. It's not like you actually win scamming and doing stuff. And so I learned that in prison, and that plus I had my son to be out for, to be living my life for. So that's not what I wanted to do. So then after that, after all that happened, they said Officer Kennedy was up there, and he said, "Clear out your desk." And that went from how white people do. He went from being my friend to us talking every day to I'm keeping, not keeping, but hanging out with his little girl, Morgan. And was it Morgan or whatever his little girl name was? But hanging out with her to you now on the crap list. Get out, and we don't want nothing else to do with you no more. They flipped on me just like that. And I cried. I cried to be in there, accepted, in that bunch, to be rich and be not rich, but to be accepted by the rich, to be looked at as seen as valuable, and have plans and can afford to do stuff. I took my son on a little vacation with his friends. We went to a hotel. I'm doing nice stuff. I'm seeing my son. I'm paying amends to. I'm making amends to society. I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do. So I put 2 under here. So where's the 2 to go under here? So I made wait, did I put the other one somewhere else? I made amends to society. I did what I was supposed to do. I'm seeing Corey when I'm supposed to. I'm following the rules. I'm not doing nothing wrong. So I didn't have no reason to feel like, why is this happening to me when I did what I don't understand. I did the right thing. Nah, you didn't do the right thing. You did the right thing according to the law. You didn't do the right thing according to what the law wanted you to do. The law wanted me to steal them people money orders. That's what we want you to do. We want you to give us something. We want you to go back into, a criminal life. And that's not what I wanted to do. And so we done prepared the table for you. We done made this. This is great. This is what you need to do. No, it ain't what I need to do. Because that's somebody's money that they done worked hard for. Them Mexicans work harder than anybody else in the world. And I didn't want to do that. And plus, I liked that man. Like, I literally liked him, not like as a romantic interest or anything like that, but he did nothing to me. Like, I don't have no reason, and I just I didn't have no reason to. I'm not a criminal anymore. And if I did, I ain't never been that type. I don't have that type of conscience. My conscience would bother me. I'll be thinking about them people all the time. Darn, was they ever? And I see them coming in here. She didn't care. People used to come back in there and be like, I paid my rent. And she'd be like, I'm sorry, you have to move. And then people used to be mad as I don't know what. And people threatened to jump on her one time. And I was like, I don't want no parts of none of that. And so, let's see, I don't know where my other nail went. I think this one gonna be too big. I think it's gonna be too big. So, let's see, this one all skinny. So let me see if I do this one. So I'm telling you, I ain't want to have nothing to do with that. And that the law wanted me, come on, get it back into this crime, because we already got your prison cell waiting, and we need you to come on. You're behind the times. Come on. Chop, chop, chop. And they like to do that. And I ain't wanting to do it. I ain't never seen nothing like that before in my life. And then every time 2 out of 3 people go back to prison when they are released. Yeah, retarded, because y'all go out and get them. Hunt them people like that and keep appealing to they weaker nature. That junk didn't work for me. I wasn't interested. I'm not going to do nothing wrong. These white people is taking very good care of me. I don't have no reason to steal from them. So the answer is nah. And they was like, oh, so you're not going to steal? Okay, well, you're not going to work here no more. That's pretty much the side of how the feds feel about it. Okay, well, if you're not going to work with us, then you don't have a job. Have a good day. Get off the property. And find a way to get to see your son. That's how they play games. And I was so upset about it. I ain't gonna lie. I was so upset. I cried. I was so depressed about their job. And then they started playing games. After that, they sent I started looking for a job, and they play on Craigslist. I was on Craigslist, and a lady sent me a thing from Craigslist to my taking care of her crazy, not crazy, but taking care of her child that was in in some type of chair. And I said, all right. And she said, I'll send you your first week's salary so you can get started and get all the stuff you need. And I'm going to send you a list. And I'm just getting out of prison. I don't really think this is a scam. You know, I'm like, she going to send me a check. Okay. You know. Nope. Those the feds playing games. And they sent me a check via FedEx to my front door. I'm really not thinking this no scam. And they said, come on down to, she said, once you get the check, call me or whatever, let me know. I'll send you your list of what you're going to need to start the job. I said, all right. FedEx came with the check, $3,000 and some dollars, with my name on it. It said Crystal Jackson at the time because I wasn't married. I was happy. I called honey, girl, we done won. I bet she was like, that's what you think. And I went right up the street on Washington Road to SunTrust on Washington Road in Augusta, Georgia. This was 2010. Mommy done died. And I went right up the street and went right on in that bank. And that white lady said, I ain't doing nothing wrong. Got my ID. I got everything. I went right on up to that counter. Put that check on there. That lady said, all right, hang tight. When white people say that, no, you got different hang tights. You got the police that say it when they finna run your ID. You're going to jail when they say that. Or after they done ran your ID and they act like they doing something else and they say hang tight. These are your jail clues from white people. You're going to jail. When a white person say that at the bank and they walk off, you going to jail. When a white person say that and say when they walk off, go ahead and run because you're going to go to jail. They're going to go call the police on you. And that lady said, what the white lady with that blonde hair said, all right, I'll be right back one moment. Hang tight. Oh, this bitch finna go call the police. And sure enough, I waited on them because I wasn't doing nothing wrong. I waited right there. Sure did. And they rolled up. Whoop, whoop, pulled up. Then she called investigators. Feds came up there, plain clothes on. They got the check. I was standing there looking like a real nigger with a white mouth in there with that check with all them white people in that bank in Augusta, Georgia, at that bank, SunTrust. And that white lady looked right at that police and she lied through her mouth like she had said nothing wrong. That lady said she comes in here all the time. She keeps doing this with these different checks. Jesus is looking at you. Straight line. That lady says she comes in here all the time doing these with these checks. Oh, ma'am, do you believe in the Lord? I'm talking about lying. The lady said, I told the lady, ma'am, I told the investigator, ma'am, I'm not stealing anything. You could call investigator Walden and she will tell you about me. I ain't stealing nothing. I ain't doing nothing. I just got out of prison and I ain't doing nothing wrong. I used to work this, that, and the other. I know investigator Walden. You call her and she'll tell you, blah, 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 whoop, whoop. They said, all right, we'll check it out. So the investigator said, give her benefit of the doubt. She stayed here. I said, because I said that. I said, what person that's stealing from a bank gonna stay here and wait on y'all? I knew she was calling the police. I didn't run my car outside. I could have walked out the door. They didn't lock the doors on me, even though that hunky would have, Lord forgive me. But I didn't run. So they was like, she is still here. Yeah, exactly, because I ain't doing nothing wrong. So they said, all right, call Investigator Walden. So they called Michelle Walden, 821-1254, 1154, something like that. They called Investigator Walden. They said, do you know Crystal Jackson, light-skinned girl, blah, blah, gave her my information. She was like, yeah, I know Miss Jackson. You know, her husband, blah, 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 is always going to jail every month for beating her. And I run into her a lot. Her son is in jail, this, I know. They said, well, we got her up here at, SunTrust on a check. And she said that somebody gave her the check. She got paid. And they say she come up here all the time with checks. She said, I don't know her to be doing that. She said, bring her down here and bring the check. Took me down there. Took me to CID. Took me upstairs. She said, what's going on, Miss Jackson? I said, Miss Walden, I said, you know my son died. She said, I know. She said, cut all the shit and tell me what happened. And I said, the lady sent me a mail. She said, give me your email. Give me your phone. Gave my phone. She said, no, give me your email. I gave my email, arrayofsunshine@ymail.com. She said, what's your password? I gave her my password. She logged in. She said, show me what a lady emailed you. I said, right there. She pulled up the whole thread. She said, and when did you get the check? I said, today. She said, you got the check today? You just got the check today? She said, I said, do I get to keep the check? She said, no. I said, well, do y'all get to find out who did it? I said, because I want to know who done got me excited like this. And then I don't get no money. And they started laughing. I was like, I don't think this is funny. Because I got excited. Like I really thought I had $3,000 today. And then I don't have nothing. And then I get this with y'all. So she said, go ahead and go. She was like, you ain't in no trouble. And she was like, you better be glad you had this thread. Because if you didn't have this thread in this email, she said, I was going to bust your ass today. I said, I know you would. I said, see how you always be thinking negative. Just always, I'm surprised at you. And she started laughing. I was like, you shouldn't even be thinking that way. I was abused. I wouldn't even been doing nothing wrong. So she was like, all right, you could go. So let me go. They took me, thinking, no, I didn't take me nowhere. I think I had to find a ride from down there. Or I don't think they let me drive. I think they took me back or whatever, took me back to the car, whatever. But I went back and they said the same thing that happened to Bertrand. They were sending out them fake checks. So I said I was still confused because I didn't think that it was very fake or what, because I was trying to figure out everything that you send through FedEx, you got to have an ID. So I was trying to figure out how did they go to FedEx and send it if you got to have an ID, and then they got to have a tracing point of where it came from. That part to me just seemed like it's just this is an open and shut case. They ain't never give me no more details about the chick or nothing. And that white lady, nothing ever happened to her. And probably still got that job in her fat, roly-poly behind racist dog sitting up there just lying to try to get black people in trouble like that, and just still up there working till she comes in here all the time with a new check every day. Hello? Racist. That SunTrust Bank just waiting up there to deny your home loan. Can we get a mortgage? No. Sorry. Adverse action letter is on the way. No damn adverse action. So so they said, so that was the first time. So I'll end up going to work. Happened following Brandy Reed. Only place you can get a job at. Come on up here and work with these doggone kids. McDonald's, you named it. And I did not want to work there. Got to work at McDonald's. What was her name? What was the lady's name? Black lady running everything. Melinda, Mallory, Melanie, something like that. Some black lady name. Some black lady with a flat booty. She was the one that was working now, running McDonald's. And it began with an M, Melanie, Mallory, something like that. Black lady. And she was the GM. And I got the job. And when I got the job, they was like, went to work. And I worked with the girl, forgot her name, but she looked like a Fraggle. Let the music play. Fraggle Rock. And I was cuter than her. And she was jealous. And the maintenance man used to be to work with a lot of money in his pocket, and he used to flirt with me all the time. And I wouldn't give him the time of day. I was going with honey. And so they used to be mean to me. And the Fraggle Rock manager and the other manager, because they was all like buddy, everybody had friends and stuff. They used to be mean to me. And I had just got the job. And they used to always put me, old as I was, they used to always put me over there in the fry bin where it's hot with no air. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to look cute and professional every day. Come to work with my little bun on top of my hat. You know what I'm saying? My little cute little bangs and my neat pants and my shirt tucked in and all clean and ironed. They used to be like, shit, get on our nerves. And they used to be mean. Haters. And they used to put me in the fry bin so I could sweat all day. And so one day I was over there doing it. And a white lady came in. And a white old lady came in. And she was walking real slow. She was old. And she was walking real slow to her table. And she dropped her whole tray, her coffee, her book, and everything. And I rushed out there to help her without even thinking. Fuck them fries. And I went over there, Lord forgive me. And I went over there to help her. And she said, thank you so much. I picked up her stuff, dried her book off, took her stuff over to the table, went and got her another cup of coffee, made it for her. And I didn't know who I was helping. And she called her son, and he called to the restaurant and said, who was that helped my mama? And they was like, somebody helped your mom? And they was like, he told him, he was like, yeah, apparently y'all didn't. You know what I'm saying? He was like, my mama dropped her coffee on herself and everything. And it's the lady up there that helped her. The lady say, didn't get her name. Who was it? And so they told her it was me, Crystal. And they said, let me speak to her. I got on the phone. The man said, this such and such, I'm the owner. And he was like, you know who that woman is that you helped today? And I was like, no. And he was like, that's my mama. And he was like, and if anybody could look out for my business like that, that's who I want in my management, on my management team. And he was like, what's your position right now? And I said, they got me in the fry bin. And he said, not no more. And he was like, as of today, you're a manager. And I said, for real? And he said, you're a manager, because I said so. And I said, okay. And he was like, thank you for looking out for me. He was like, that saved me. You could have saved me a lawsuit. He was like, somebody else would have sued me. And he was like, thank you. And I was like, you're welcome. And he was like, you're a manager as of today. Let them know. And he said, I'm finna tell them. So he did. So he went back and they were mad. So at that point, I was over the Fraggle Rock. See how God do things? I was over the Fraggle Rock. So you already know me. I was like, wait. It's like, won't he do it? But I really wasn't trying to be like all that with them girls, you know what I'm saying? So I just still tried to maintain having a low profile, you know what I'm saying? Because it was, you know what I'm saying, I still wanted to get along with everybody. So he went ahead and I got my job. So they said they was gonna put me in training. So he told Melinda or Mallory or whatever her name was. He told her to go ahead and put me in, go ahead and put me on videos and stuff like that. Get me in training. That was a wrap with them fries. He was like, that's done. She done with that. So they went on ahead and took me off fries and took me into the thing. And I started doing videos. So I started doing videos, started learning, and they gave me another shirt. And so from there, the girls, they got mad. The Fraggle Rocks got jealous. Fraggle Rock got jealous. Even more jealous. Once I got the promotion. So when it was time for me to like come in, they started being funny with the schedule. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that I was like put on the shift to work with. You know, they just started doing just dumb girl stuff. Just real petty. And she was really close to the GM. So they started doing other stuff so to make it look like, yeah, he promoted you, but it ain't work out. When really they only did that. Maybe IRS has set me up even back then to just say that it was that you was promoted to this, so you could do this and say that you worked at this rate, but you actually getting this rate. Because now that I think about it, yeah, they said that I was a manager and I got promoted, but they ain't never give me no pay raise. They ain't never give me no raise. Now that I think about it, I'm not like, I remember my raise with the Greens on Washington, not with McDonald's. And so after that, and they was the things was definitely on me back then, at this time. So that's why they did it. That's why they said you got the raise and you made this money, but they didn't. So after that, I went on ahead and I was working. I didn't work that long at all. And they started bothering me, aggravating, playing with the schedule, not giving me enough hours, didn't give me no pay raise. You know what I'm saying? Now this one don't look like this one, because this, I put the same size nail under here talking. That's what I did. But it ain't gonna matter because it's gonna have a bear on it. So that's what they did. So so they was like, well, You know what I'm saying? So that's how we gonna handle this. So I didn't get no. They was aggravating me. So long story short, I ended up not having the job. Um, I ended up being fired. Ended up quitting, but was gonna get fired anyway. And because they had the little white short lady kept coming up there, nitpicking and bothering me, and micromanaging everything I did because they knew that would get on her nerves and we want her to quit. And it worked. I got tired of her. I was about to slam her little short face through that doggone window. You better stop talking to me, lady. Because I'm tired of you. Because I know you're a little demon sit up here to aggravate me. And so I went ahead and quit. So once I quit, they was happy. The little Fraggles. You know what I'm saying? They had succeeded. That's always how it's been. It's always been a old gal. You know what I'm saying? That get me in trouble, that God bless me with stuff. And it's always a chick. Always a doggone female that makes stuff bad for me. You know what I'm saying? That I'll be doing good, successful, in a good position, can make something happen. It's always a stinking, fishy. Always. My whole life, women have been my downfall. My whole life. A jealous girl. Because I exceed quick. I'm ambitious. I'm intelligent. I'm attractive. I can learn quick. I catch on. I can exceed your expectations. And it's always a stinking old negative, stinking, fishy female every time. Every time. So, long story short, I didn't get the job. So after that, let's see, where was I working? After McDonald's. So it was after McDonald's, it was Crystals. So I moved from 2905 Arrowhead Drive, which is right behind McDonald's. I moved from there. I moved to 505 13th Street. So now I've had 4 apartments since I've been out. Actually 5, because I went from 2534 Lumpkin Road to 2425 in Greensboro, Washington, to 107 Brandywine Place, to 2905 Arrowhead Drive, and now I'm going to 505 13th Street. So now I'm going to 505 13th Street. And believe it or not, I caught a Fed being in my apartment that time, and they made Augusta doing what they want to do. Made me move. The Fed was coming out my apartment. I came home and caught the man coming out of there like he was right. White man, brown hair, coming out the apartment like he was right. And I said, you're not supposed to be coming out there. And that child, them people didn't care nothing about, they don't care nothing about no rules in Augusta. Following no doggone laws. You nigger. That man put me right on out the house and told them to lock the house the same day. I called the police and they said they could not make him unlock the door. Augusta do what they want to do. I called that man coming out my house and they let him put a lock on the door and lock me out because he didn't like my attitude, because I fussed at him about, why are you in my house? No badge, no nothing. Just coming out of there like it's his. Whistling. Slavery. 107 Brandywine Place, Mullins Management. Slavery. Come on out of there. Then I moved to 505 13th Street. Moved to 505 13th Street. After I moved from there, I moved there and I went to work at Crystals. Went to work at Crystals. No, I went to work at Bojangles. And at this time, Nico is running away, having the time of his life over and over and over again. And I cannot deal with it. Nico keeps running away, keeps doing the wrong thing. And so I cannot deal with this. So I went on ahead and I went to work. Next thing you know, he got these people coming up to the darn job and told them where I work. And they coming up there to my, we came to talk to you about your son, see if it's any way we can help you. Yeah, stop letting them in. Yeah, stop letting him in and stop falling for his foolishness. Because Nico ain't deprived. He ain't neglected. Ain't nothing wrong with him. I'm not on drugs. He don't have no bad house. My house is clean. He got food. I work here. You know he eat. And Nico is doing what he wanted to do because that was the game that they had him playing. Wanda told him to do it. Wanda told him to do it. I remember the first time I called Easton and told her, Wanda told Nico to start running away. And he did. Sure did. Told him to run away and stay because I told him I didn't want him hanging with Jamaris. Jamaris was a bad influence. Jamaris was 13 and 14 and could have sex and go in the house. Nico not going to do none of that. Not laying up in here. You ain't going to do none of that. Wanda allowed that. Jamaris, 13 years old, driving and laying up in her house all day with girls and can smoke weed and do all that stuff. No, they're not doing that. So Nico wanted to go over there a lot. So that it started because Nico said, can I go to the game with Jamaris? And I said, no, I don't want you hanging with Jamaris like that. You can hang with Jean because I know Miss Walker, and I know Miss Walker ain't going to play that. And Jean wasn't getting in trouble at this time. I could prove that, or you could play with somebody else, your age. But Wanda let Jamaris do too much stuff. Jamaris had girls and everything over there. Spending the night, doing anything. No, you can't hang with Jamaris. And so he then got mad. Went to school. Wanda told him, you ain't got to go back over there. Start running away. And he did. Sure did. And that's how it started. And so they had them coming to the job all the time. They had him, I'm drinking all my alcohol out. They had him coming to the job, doing all of this stuff. So I'm coming up there talking to me about Nico. Man, if you don't get out from up there at my job with this foolishness, somebody coming and working something out with Nico, you need to get out my face. So the police was coming all the time. It was Nico had just turned this into a game. I mean, a real live game. And that's what these kids do with the system. They run it into a game. Because the police say, we can't make them come home. And then the police say, and you can't not let them in. And you can't discipline them either. And so I got tired of them giving them rules in the front of Nico. Hint, hint. To show them what you can do. I'll tell you what, sir. How about you take him with you? Because he ain't come back in this house. Oh, you got to let him in. I ain't got to do nothing. I turn that game around on them real quick. Think you finna keep on telling me I got to let this boy come in my house. And I can't discipline him. And I can't make him do nothing. But you can. The police can beat him whenever they want to. But I can't. No, how about you take him with you? Because you make him retarded with your rules, so you take him with you, because he ain't gonna come back up in here. And they did. Nico left because every time he played a game, leave and then run away as soon as they walk out the door, and then you can't do nothing about it, can't make them come back in the house, and then he come back and call on himself to come back in the house, and then you gotta let him back in. Man, if y'all don't get y'all crazy behinds on out this time, we ain't white. We not gonna play this game over and over and over again. Nico, get your crazy self out from over here. I don't care nothing about you and what them police said. You ain't gonna come back up in my house. That's the end of that. We're done with this. Like the FBI say, we're done. We're done with this. So I was done with that. So after that, then let's see what else. So that's when I met Ketchup in January of 2012 at Word Alive. Jarrell Solomon came to preach January the 6th. And the law saying that she's getting tired. She's not playing with us anymore. She's not talking to our friends. She's not accepting no new guys. Because they just will keep sending people in your life. And you just think, every time I go to the store, I meet somebody. Yeah, they done send them up there. They know your schedule. What you gonna do? You go to the store, you gotta buy cigarettes, you gotta buy all this stuff, and you're gonna keep meeting these people up there at the cigarettes. Just wonder why the store's so friendly. Because they're the devil. They're sending them up there to you. Go get her, boys. She finna go on a cigarette run. Go up there and get her, Tony. Yeah, God come up there. Hey, shawty, I ain't not in the mood for it. I'm not down with it. Today's thing, she's not falling for this anymore. She said she's going to church. So they said, let's send someone to the church. And that's where Ketchup came in. And he was fine. And they got everything that I said in that notebook on what I wanted him to look like. And they made it. Every single thing. They made him to the T. Carved him right on out. They put that bolo out. All right, guys. She wanted him tall, kind of tall. She wanted him young enough to play with her kids. She wanted him athletic. She wanted him built. And went right on ahead and made him. And he came right on up there in the flush at Word Alive Church. Introducing to you Mr. Takedown, a.k.a. Elijah Ketchup. Will change your world forever. Yep. And I seen him, and I said, oh. And Jarrell Solomon was the preacher that night. And they even had him to give testimonies for $100. These people going to hell to give prophecies from the feds for $100. They going straight to jail. They going straight to jail. Do not pass go. And I went, and Vonna called me and Tiff and said, you need to come on here, Jarrell Solomon, because he calling people by their names. Yeah, because the feds done gave him the name list already on who to call. Funny, he only called me and who the feds wanted him to call that night, and they videoed it. I'm over it. I'm sick of it. And he said, September 29th, 2010. I see September 29th. No, you see what they told you to see. Because everybody talking about, Chris, that's you. Why it ain't you? Mommy had 5 kids. Playing games. playing on my mind, making you feel like the Lord done told you that. The Lord ain't told you that, Java. It's the FBI at church, playing games, reading prophecies, recording them. And you be going up there falling out. Talking about, oh, I heard the Lord. Yeah, you heard the bad child. People play games at church for money. And had me up there, East up there. Christy, that's you. It's you too. It's your mother as well. Sick of y'all. Somebody going up there, that's you. Isn't it your mother? Then the second night, same thing. Call me the second night. Call catch up the second night. Playing games and recording it. Tonight, you gonna be rich. That's what they told catch up. The Lord say you gonna be rich. And you gonna have all this. I bet he is. All them PPP loans. You got it in my name. I bet you is gonna be rich. So the Lord said you gonna be rich. I bet they did, setting it up. They was setting that up. That's why they took that out my house. They stole that tape, the CD. Same soon as it was made. And every time I asked the cameraman for it, the camera lady, Miss Lowe at church, she told me she didn't know what could give us some time. So me and Ketchup got married. None of the family attended, but Pumpkin, Lakeela Harris, came to the reception. She came to the reception, and so did Pastor Bush. Pastor Bush wouldn't do the wedding, and now I know why. He had integrity. Pastor Turner didn't. He would take money for it. What you want me to do? Marry her? Yep. And Pastor Bush said no. That's why I was mad at him. I shouldn't have been mad at him. I should have thought more. Ketchup, why would he tell you no? I don't know. I said, oh, he must want you to marry his daughter. No. He knew that he wanted you to marry him, and he knew that Ketchup had to tell him what the marriage was for and what it was based on. And he said, no, I can't do that. The Lord won't let me do that. But he had too much integrity to tell Ketchup, the Lord said, you can't play in my church. So we got married, we had a reception, and then we went over to Greensboro, Reynolds Plantation. And them white people do not want you out there. They let me go out there to take pictures of being rich. That you finna get your nigga ass out of here. I tell him we got to go. But we wake up with a cross in this yard. Because them white people, you finna get out of here. That's what you finna do. I don't know who told y'all to come back here. Them pickaninnies. I ain't never seen no rich people like that. Get out. Yes. I sounded white over the phone. Plus, they let me go out there. It was a suggestion. They let me go out there because we want you to come take pictures. So you can be this rich and famous person that we said you are. But we don't want you. Girl, every time I went out there, them people and white people left. This is it's a pickaninny that invaded our space out here. Who brought it out here? It's a coon. So after that, we got married, and then we went on over to South Carolina, and then that's why, like I said, after that we struggled when we first got married. And we had no money. Ketchup was doing little day jobs, temp places. And then we went, and then his brother started leading him into the path in which he was to go. Take her to this church, take her to this area, go apply at this job, get this prepaid card. Yep. Go to work and get the prepaid card. That's the whole setup. We'll give her the prepaid card later. Walk it back around to her later, and we move you out. And I stay home, and then Ketchup brings the prepaid card home to you because he looks like the doting husband that's just bringing the card back. No, no, silly Willie. He's bringing the card to you because you're going to be him later because they're going to make you a man and you're going to be Elijah. So all this time that you think he's just bringing home the bacon. Oh, he bringing home the bacon, all right. He bringing home the whole goddamn farm because you're going to be him later on because they're sick and tired of you, Pickaninny, and you're going to be Elijah Ketchup because they're going to make you a man and you're going to have balls. And all of the stuff he's doing, you're going to do it. And he's going to make you do it because he's a master. And that's what they were doing. So everything that he did, so that all of the stuff that you did, that's why they never was processing no tax returns from him because he's not existing. This is you. You're a man. Because we're sick of you. We're going to make you owe taxes because we want you to go to jail because we wanted you from 2004. You had potential. Too much great potential. And we want to put all of that potential in prison because we don't like you, Pickaninny. And that's what the law said. You're going to jail. And you can't do nothing about it because we chose you. They used to send me that sign all the time and I used to get excited. They said, we want you. I know, the law. We want you. Come on, go to jail, Pickaninny. I didn't do nothing wrong. I know. You just got too much potential to be out here on the street. We don't really want to do it. We don't really want to deal with it. We just think you might just do good for the people. And we can't risk it. Sorry. It's just the way of the world. I didn't do nothing wrong. I know. We know. But you just can't do it. You might make some change. You're not gonna do no marches and order no protests around here. You too smart. Come on over here. Put these handcuffs on. And that's how it works. So that's what it was. Setting me up to be him. It's not so much that he was doing anything wrong. He was there for that purpose to make. That's why they did what they did now. And the wreck that he had in September of 2021, that's your wreck. Blue Elantra is yours. And that's why Sharon talking about, you need to come on back down here to settle your claims. I said, I ain't got no claims. What claims you talking about? Son say she ran all the way because Ketchup didn't want her no more. She was abusive and cheating on him, and they came up with a whole. She did him so wrong, and he just needed to get away from her whole thing. She was lording over him, telling him what to do. She wouldn't let him be a man. Oh, they come up. They made this really thick. Really thick. All right, I got my nails all done. And I was really worried at how these were going to come out because they were so skinny, but they came out great. And they're so sturdy. I really didn't want to take my other little nails off, but I got my nails on and they look great. I got my little bears on. They look cute. And they're all straight. Yes. And they are so strong too. I don't have to worry about these popping off. And they got little charms on them. They're cute. So yeah, so after that we got after that we working at he worked at CMC first. I'm trying to think if they sent me to a CMC. or what CMC? They sent him to a CMC. That's where he worked first. Well, he worked first at Trojan Labor, and then he worked at CMC, and then he worked at then he started doing the churches, and then they had him do. Then he went eventually and got the job at Forterra, and that's why they kept changing the name of Forterra. They changed it from Forterra to Hanson, and then something else. And so that's why they kept changing it to different companies. And then they put that same company up there as a cleaning service at the airport. Good night. Good night. Good night. They put the same name of the company that he worked for at Hanson. They put Meridian up there at the airport. Good night. Good night. I'm not gonna fool with them. And maybe up there talking about you finna have all of this stuff on, and we gonna say that you forgot. Well, we just gonna have to. Ain't nothing I can do about that, but call on the name of the Lord. I ain't even gonna lie to you. That. When I already knew that, but when I really seen that plot last night and looked at how they did that progressive form with only my name on it, and it don't say nothing about the claimant and nobody else. Oh, ain't nothing I can do about that. Ain't nobody you can write. Ain't nobody you can call. Ain't nothing you can do about that. But call on the name of the Lord, whereby we all must be saved. Ain't nothing I can do about that, child. That's what level of white that is. That's so white that them the people you don't even see. I ain't nothing I can do about that, child. Ain't nothing I can do. Politics right there. That's politics. No, you could do about that. That's the wrong level of white. Mm-mm. 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 No, you could do about that. But call on the name of the Lord. That's all. That's all. Them people said you have read and I forgot. Call on the name of the Lord. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And you know what? And they had that wreck while I was in California. And you know that they said that was my wreck. That's why they put me out of the hotel on the weekend of that wreck. And you know what? They had Henry Else to bring all that car bark in that hotel. I'm not gonna fool with y'all. I'm not gonna fool with y'all. Those people is hilarious. That man bought all that car bark in the. I'm gonna tell him, yeah. I told him, see, normally I let them do their little jobs and their little scams, but I told him, you're not gonna bring that in my hotel room. Don't do that, because I'm not gonna play with you. I will fight you, oh man. And guess what? He is the one. I told you they said I owned a mortuary. He is the one. I said, nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with it. I will call on the name of the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. I'm gonna come back and talk about that. I gotta walk off and let me a break. That's too much.
No, never part of my past. I want to forget. We have to forget. It was able to do that.
Child,
Yeah. You see me,
I got to take a break.
beautiful baby.
That's too much right there. See, talking brings all of this together. All of it. Because I'm like, on September the 3rd, I went to the Walmart on Euclid in California, and I had my SD cards. And I knew they was coming in the room, putting me to sleep at night in room 209, but they was in room 211, and they was swapping me with a boy then. Because not every time, but when I would go out the room to the elevator, they would have him walk out with me, and I got tired of that. So I started paying attention to who was walking out with me. So I went to the hotel because I wanted to see what they was putting on my SD cards. Because I said, I think that they're putting stuff on my SD cards because I keep saying private when I like what's private. So I went to go get check the SD cards, and they would not let me do that. So they blocked the card from loading. So I went and bought a computer from. They wouldn't let me do it on the computer downstairs in the lobby. So I went to Walmart, and I went to go get a computer from Walmart, and it was $150 flat, and it was in a box, and I didn't pay it attention at that time because it's not Walmart, and any stickers you see on there is not alarming because you're at Walmart. It's in a box. No, they had sold me a laptop from Amazon that had been stolen from Amazon or shipped, and I bought it for $150, and it was a Chromebook, and Reggie sold it to me, a fat Mexican, and I went and brought it to the hotel at the Sonesta, room 209, and it did not work to load my SD card, so I took it back. And when I took it back to Walmart that same day, within an hour or so, I took it back. I looked on the receipt. No, that was when I went to go check my check. I went and got the refund. I talked to the manager about it. Once I talked to the manager, he was like, I don't know how you got this, how this came in our store or anything. His name was Andre. He was white, and he was tall, and he was heavy set. And he said, I don't know how you got this from our store, and it is our receipt. And then I seen on that CB4, and I said, I didn't purchase that. And he said, you didn't purchase that? I said, no, I don't know what that is on that receipt. I don't know whether he rung the same thing up and gave it to somebody else or what, but I never bought that. And so he said, all right. So I returned the computer, got my money back. At around the same time, I got they let me, this how they transfer false evidence. I bought a money order to pay my Chapter 13 bankruptcy, but they didn't want that payment to post to the bankruptcy court. So they didn't let the payment go. And Miss Booker at the post office in Stone Mountain in April said that Daddy took my money. She said he said he sent me a message through Miss Booker at the post office in Stone Mountain, an older black lady with curl, like not curly, but the regular older curl hair that older women have. She said he said to tell you that he took your money order. So that was the law. So they took my money order so that it wouldn't post, and I had never got to the bankruptcy court. So I tracked the money order through MoneyGram, And they immediately sent me the refund. They said it had never been cashed. So they overnighted the check through FedEx back to Sonesta Hotel. This is how they move evidence from one state to another using the same thing. So they took that same money order that I never got, reissued it again in the form of a check. Now we done moved that same thing. Now it's up here in California. Now she's gonna go in there and cash the check with the name Crystal Ketchup. So I went to go in there to cash the check. The receipt printed Jackson. I seen that, and I went to go ask the manager. He said, whatever name is there is what's on your name on your ID. Ooh, they called. So when they seen that and Ketchup found that, I went back to the hotel. I'm on two wheels to get to the hotel. So I get to the hotel in Sonesta. I get my recording equipment out. I get on the phone. I'm recording the screen. I'm texting Ketchup. They're over texting me to text Ketchup. This interaction is being synced by agents in the hotel, and I'm recording it. So I caught the activity of it being me being over text to Ketchup, that when I'm texting is not going. So I caught that. So I text Ketchup and say, why is they say my name is this and we married? And they said that my ID still is this, and I got an ID with Ketchup from the DMV. Child, please, that started a ruckus in the hotel that day. If them wasn't beans. So they took that day, that hotel, those agents that was there, that was evidence. She telling the truth. He's caught. So that was recorded. So Ketchup's team from Augusta said she got to get out of the hotel because we finna get her. And we going to get that tape that she done made because they knew she done made a tape of that. And it's a recorder of that phone of us over texting him about that message. And then that's when Easter texted and said, Ketchup done been in a bad wreck because they was playing me as the witch. Ketchup done been in a bad wreck. Too coincidental. Paying attention. So Easter sent the pictures to them so that they could make whatever. Then here come Henry else to the door. That's when they used him to try to kill her, pull her into the fume so that she gonna run from this hotel because we need her out. And that's when they said on 9/6 they was trying to kill me. That's why it was so bad in September. That's why the threats so bad this September, because they overlaying stuff from September of 2021. So September 2021, they said get out of the hotel. And I ran from the hotel because he tried to drag me into the fumes with that black girl. I still don't know if that girl was dead to this day or not. I'm just saying, when I ran past that girl didn't have no life, and all them fumes was coming out that door, and that girl was laying on the floor in the hall. And then when I saw her the first time, she was sitting in the chair in the hall when he tried to drag me out the door by my arm, and I wouldn't come. And then the next time when I went out by myself, that door was open and the girl was laying on the floor. I don't know what they were doing, what they were trying to tell me or what, but it was definitely something to do with fumes. Because that's what was going on in the truck at that time. When I got on the truck, when I went to go take the truck to Midas, Midas said that it was some type of strange substance on the air conditioner vent that they removed that they didn't know what it was. They had put it there so that as I go faster in the truck, the fumes would come out faster, and they wanted me to lose consciousness while I was driving the wreck. So, I left the hotel on that weekend. They wanted me to leave the hotel because Henry L. said, go to Augusta and we gonna have your family waiting for you down there. I bet it was. They wanted me to come down there. You left the hotel and you wrecked. And you done forgot. So they came up with that because that will cover all of the stuff that we did. We gotta stage the accident and make it like a wreck, look like a head injury, and that's why they let in Marta had a big hole in the window because they said ketchup went out the window, and so did the boy that was on Marta. Good night. So that's why they wanted me out of California on September, but I didn't leave. I was in the parking lot of Walmart, and they wasn't even supposed to make me leave the hotel because Governor Newsom had said nobody was supposed to get put out of anywhere for non-payment because they was trying to not only keep the homeless population from rising, but also to protect people from COVID. They didn't give a darn about that. Get out of this hotel. And that's what that was. They wanted me out of the hotel so that I wouldn't have no trace of where I was at the time that Ketchup had that wreck. And I said they was trying to kill both of us at the same time. No, that was a thought. But no, they wanted me out. That's why he said go back to Atlanta. I said Augusta. He said go back to Atlanta on that weekend. So they put me out at the time that Ketchup had that wreck. That's why they did it. So I will have no recollection, no trace other than my receipts. Nothing of where you were on that day. Nothing. Nothing. That's why they did it. And that's why he won't give me the police report to this day. I've been asking for it since the last time. So did you get any money from the wreck? Because Sharon said that it was money that you need to come down here and file your claims. So they wanted me to come down here, get in a wreck, get her with an attorney that he probably done already had. And you following traces of where these wrecks done already been. So we can come back and say, you're a liar. I'm here for it. I'm waiting on it. I'm just going to look at them. These people is retarded. They went through all of that stuff. Yep, they went through all this stuff. Because it's not true. It's not true. So they went from trying to make you look crazy and paranoid about police to you crazy because you done had a wreck. And then I looked at all the people that done had wrecks in this family that is a part of the informancy. Who had that Marta Goss last night said, you sure you ain't had no bad 18-wheeler wreck? Nope, but who did, Bell? There you go. Ding, 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 ding. Bell had the bad 18-wheeler wreck, the narrative, and was in the hospital and had the head injury. Who else had a wreck? Sharon. Who else had a wreck? Gwanda. Who else had a wreck? Vonna. All of these scouts had wrecks. And all of these cars that they want to put me in. Good night. Good night. And Vonna said they sent her a check for $25,000 and said it was a mistake for her to pay. No, it what them be they payoffs. You wrecked for us, you get it, because she's gonna pay it back. So that's why they don't be worrying about keeping it. Let them keep it. They can keep it. They got $50,000 at the Semester Hotel in California. I came back home from work. They had put the paperwork in the hotel. I said, what in the world is this? And the bank was Syscovia some Synchrony, some kind of bank with an S that I have never seen before. And they put that in there and put it in the hotel so that I see it. Once you see it, they acknowledge it. You put your fingerprints on it. You going to sleep, and they gonna come in back and they get it. I woke up, it was gone. I'm not gonna play with them. I know them. I know what they did, and they know when they hear that she's not lying. We did that. I didn't know what that was, and the man in CPU 6412 is the one that gave that $50,000 to, and they take that $50,000 and they put it in a linked account, and that person gets it, and Fifth Third Bank makes them a card, and they go and shop with a Genie card that goes on Google Pay, and they go everywhere with you. This way, they are never seen actually swiping anything. It's a brilliant crime. And once they put that 16-digit Genie Pay on their Google Pay or Apple Pay, all they have to do is go around you all day. You're the one that's swiping, idiot. Come on. And they do it all day, everywhere you go. They're never going to get seen because the information and the data is electronic. It's brilliant. Because everything that they have is me. The IMEI number, the SIM card, the phone is identical. So when you get in the front of that white man in that courtroom, that judge gonna say, "Get your lying ass out this courtroom. Death penalty. You're lying." Nobody will fathom it because you got to understand the crime. That's why the whole purpose is to clone me in that way. So when you go in the store, we don't know what's what. That's why the only way that the FBI could understand, because I'm the one, I was telling them in California, and they told me, the agents in California told me, how is she that smart? Because I was telling them, every time y'all is like when I be in the Uber and I take an Uber to Walmart, watch that person get a call about 0.2 miles from where my destination is. That's because the other person that is hooked in has to click out. Like they got to click out and click in. That wire transfer you have to physically let them out. So every time that person clicks to accept that new ride, they releasing the other device. Because you got to understand, the other device is artificially linked in to the energy. Like when I used to do Uber Eats, every time I would drop my food off, I'm letting that person out of a ride. Because while I'm doing Uber Eats, they doing Uber rides. So they would have my food. Let me talk about this. This is fun. So while I am doing my Uber Eats, they would be doing Uber rides. So while I'm doing Uber Eats, they have my schedule already pre-done the next day. So they'd be like, all right, we know Crystal gonna do Ubers. We know how she gonna start by 12 and she gonna end when it get dark by 6 or 7. So they would have my locations already mapped out of where I'm gonna go. The stores, the addresses, the agents, the phones, the locations, everything in that area, the banks, the phones, you doing a bunch of stuff just in an area. And they know when you come into what area because they're feds. They map this whole thing out. So you think your everything is coming along. No, everything that you're getting is a set to this. So when they would go in, because they're out, I don't have a real Uber app. I have their generic version of an Uber app, their cloned app. So I get their Uber app, and you go in. That's why they app got all this junk on it that is really not on an Uber app because this is theirs. So you get you sign in your first destination. Let's say they sending you first to Flowers and Beyond. Flowers and Beyond is your actual flower shop. So they're going to have you there. They might put traffic in that area to keep you there about at least 15 minutes. You might think you over there doing flowers and dropping off their food. You might be picking up drugs. You might be dropping off drugs. You might be meeting somebody. But you over there not just to drop off no food. Everything got an ulterior motive. So then once you get done with that, let's say you coming back the other way, they can say, okay, now pick up a drop on the way. But when you get ready to go drop that food off at Flowers and Beyond, right about 2 minutes before you get there, it's going to prompt you to hit that screen. That accept screen is going to be at the same level of that other device that's going to say drop off. So when you swipe to say accept, you're going to be swiping that other person to drop off out of that, to release that person from that and accept that, because the app is doing two things. It's configured working for two different people at the same time, and that other car is going to be in the same area. I'm telling you, I caught it. So while I'm dropping off food, somebody is on the very next street dropping off somebody on a ride. And then you're going to go somewhere else, and that other person is going to be getting a ride in that same location. And that's how it worked. That's how they did it. And then you're going to get paid in that same account. And it's going to be, and when you go get the cash out, it's going to give you an amount like, you might say you get an order for $20 for 2 orders or $15. No, that's a $7 ride, and that's $7 for your food. So when you go and lie and say, I did not do no Uber rides, good night. I'm not going to do this with you. You're a liar. Your ride done went. Your 2 orders that you picked up, you think you did a ride. A order, 2 orders. You did a ride and an order, because we already went over here and picked this person up and did the ride at that location. That person did get dropped off at that location. And you, idiot, have went to that same location where that ride was. So when you go to say in court, ma'am, get out of here. Get your lying face out of this courtroom. 90 years. That's a wrap. That's why they did it like that. So, because every time I used to do it, and still every time now I get in an Uber ride, they get a ding about 2.2 or 0.3 miles into the ride, that they get a ding. That's because they're in sync with another car on the road, either the car that has already agreed to the order and then agreed to pick me up and then canceled, or when they say they found you another rider. No, those riders are all in sync with each other. They ride with each other. Like, you think you ride somewhere else. That's why they always say, oh, your rider just finished picking up somebody else. I bet he did. Your rider just dropped off somebody else. I bet he did. That's always the person. And always the point that is going right after that. As always, if you pay that attention, you'll always figure out she's right. If you always look at Uber, that next ride that they get is always every time about $4 or $5. Why? Because that person is right around me. Brilliant. So you gonna get paid in the account. And this is how they used to get me in California. They used to say, we came up with a catch-22 pay. Prop 22. I bet you they did. It's a prop, all right. We propping you up real good to come on get this sentence. Because what they did was they said, you gonna get this money that we done made. You gonna get it in your account. Because they did it to me before at Amazon. They put $123 in there, and I had a fit. I said, oh, these people is nuts. They drop deposits in your account and you can't even take it out. You gonna get this money that we made. You ain't got no choice. I said, they are retarded. And that butch girl at Amazon, she told me, she said, that's the IRS doing that to you. That's what the IRS, she said. She was working for the Bureau. She said, that's the IRS doing that to you. And that's entrapment. They put the money into your account and you don't even know where the money came from. So when I called, they said, we sent that to you as a Prop 22 payment, and then they cut the payments off. how you start something and then cut it off because you lying. So they said they cut the payments off. So I said, well, what is a payment? What is a catch 22? A trap prop 22 payment? They said it's whatever you normally would make or whatever is known to make in that area that you don't get. They found a way to keep giving me money even when I didn't want to do it anymore. Because I seen that you just keep being set up. They're gonna keep playing games like they sent me one time to Chase Bank and nobody came out and get the food. They play games. Come and sit at this bank while we come and get this withdrawal. So when you say I wasn't at the bank, I'm not gonna deal with you. Come on, deliver this food, and nobody ain't coming out. Nobody not gonna come get the food. You just gonna go there and just be sitting there looking dumb in the parking lot while they in there getting a withdrawal with your phone. I'm not gonna do this. Do this. So when you go and get in that court and say you didn't do it, ma'am, take her out. Go put her straight over there in regional and put her in a jacket and get her some house dog. Not gonna keep playing with you. And you have nothing of them. That's why they do it all electronically. It's brilliant. You take the phone, you take the person, and you take Google. Ain't nothing you can do. You can set anybody up in this world, and ain't nothing they can do about that because all the electronic data is them. I done cloned your device. I took your IMEI number and put it on whatever phone I wanted. And all I did have to do then right now is sit behind you. That's all that white man had to do. Take my phone right here. Look at it. Look at it right here. This is the most evil junk in the world. I hate this phone. I hate it. And that's why God gave me one. Right here. This is how you know that I'm telling the truth. Right here. Right here. Let's look at this. Owner. Ain't no name. See, this is the first step to addressing 6-factor authentication. It's the first thing that God told me to do. It ain't got no title to it. But you got bank cards. Don't that look retarded? All right. Let's go ahead. Device name. You can make that any name. Okay? All right. Come on out of there. Phone SIM card. What that say? What that say? Put that up to the camera. What that say? Unknown. Okay? Now, come on down here. That's the hard SIM. Now, what the eSIM say? Phone number. Okay? So, the problem is right there. The hard copy to the SIM phone, if you take this out, ain't nothing in there. The man at Cricket gave it to somebody else in an iPhone. Okay? So the iPhone is activated and he called it to let the other agents know this the number that is connected to this on the iPhone. So that when you go and say, I never had an iPhone, get your lying self out of here. Because it's connected to the hard SIM. This, the other eSIM, is the Android. The cord over here, that's why they gave it this time, because get this kind, because it looked like an iPhone. But it won't take the other Android. The other cord won't work to my tablet. So it looks like you got two different phones, but you don't. And these phones are moving around, activating on your network, and ain't a damn thing you can do about it. And they watch porn, they shop, they pay bills, they do everything, make conversations, text, catch up, they do everything that you do. And ain't nothing you can do about it, because this phone is garbage. It's garbage. And it's demonic. Cybercrime is demonic, because if you look at everything that it does, is everything that God said no to. God said, don't take anything and look on it that is evil to your eye. iPhone, it takes everything in this. This is the eye. And every time you look at that, every time you engage, they will do whatever they have to do to get you to engage with this eye. And every time I look at this phone, right now, they using this. Oh, they using this while I'm doing it. You think for a second they sitting there just letting me run my mouth. Them people is tearing the back of this phone, this laptop up. Now, every time you look at this eye, they're going to generate a cause for you to look at it when they need you to take a picture. So if Long Booty is doing a transfer of Cash App, they're going to say, catch up, text or phone. Catch up on text, phone. When you look at it, same time, it's going to be switched over. Her IMEI number is going to be on here. You going to look at it. She sent the money, took your picture. You a liar. Have a good day. Case closed. You going to prison. I know how it works. Let's go. Bring the handcuffs. Show up in the morning. I'm ready to go. Let's get it over with. Let's go talk about it. Because fast as we talk about it, the fastest we going to make some change. Because I ain't going to change until a white person look at this and see they could do the same thing with you. And when a white person see that it's dangerous for them, that's when the law's going to change. Trust me, they're going to change this. And I'm going to be the reason for it. A black girl going to make cybersecurity end. Watch what I tell you. I already done did it. 6-factor authentication. You don't have enough authentication on this crap. This is a piece of garbage. And they keep buying them iPhones. All you doing is buying more energy that is linked to. Well, let me get started on that. Be thinking you buying security. You're not buying no security because every phone that you got still got 2-factor authentication on it. So you're not buying more security. I don't care what Apple tell you. They are Apple lie. Apple tells lies because Apple in the Bible was what? It was a deceiver, and they still deceiving you today. Somebody thinking you buying more security. You're not buying more security. You still got the same 2-factor authentication, idiot. How you buying more security? Ain't nothing more secure. Can't nobody make this phone secure but the government. That's it. I don't care what Apple tell you. Yeah, Apple lie. Why you think they after I said what I said, they changed that? I ain't seen that commercial now another time. I ain't seen Apple put that commercial on there now another time after I said what I said. To my day encrypting your conversation. Stop lying. You're a liar from the pits of hell. Lying and deceiving them people like that too much. You encrypting their conversation. You an encrypted lie. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. Too much you made them people conversation encrypted. You lying demonic spirit. You did not. Ain't no way you could do that because the government ain't gonna allow it. You don't even have enough encryption on that device to encrypt their conversations and make them private and nobody can see them. You are a liar. That's a lie from the pits of hell. Telling them people that and getting them putting $1,700 on that phone and them people ain't paying no attention. This phone is the only thing on the market that ain't got no instructions to it, almost like the Ouija board. You better wake up and pay attention. This phone is demonic. And I can't stand it. And they ain't got no research going to it to tell you how much energy that you taking into your body from this cell phone. That's why it's going to turn into a medical device. And that's why God made me rich and to excel above all my enemies. I'm the richest thing they ever seen because the FBI know I'm right. That's why I keep talking about this phone. I want them to put me in jail for it. I'm begging them to do it. I'm going to be the richest thing you ever seen. Because they're going to say, what did she say? Do you know what this junk is? It's garbage. I can create you a phone tomorrow. You won't be able to get in it. The Lord said so. Well, nobody be able to get in it but the government, and the government will be made in it. So when you buy it, you already know security, location, responsibility, accountability. You ain't got to worry about it no more. You already know. You ain't gotta be assuming. You ain't gotta know. You already know when you bought the phone. I already know. This is garbage. That's all it is. You be paying $1,600 for a good camera. You might as well go get your Nixon and go to Best Buy. That's all you did. That's all you did. We bought a camera or paid $1,600 for a mobile laptop. That's all you did. Because this is garbage. You can take a SIM card and go to text free and go to anybody and put anybody's number on there that you want and put it in your phone and go shop. Boop, boop. You was over there. That's what we said. That's why they're gonna change it. Because they know that what I'm saying is right. Can you really do that? They really did that to me. Took cruises and everything with a SIM card that they don't ordered in a phone. And put it in and put your IMEI number in there and program that junk and in business. And put it in and texting. And you just texting it every time they text somebody, you did too. Every time they did this, you did too. Have a good day. You're done. That's it. I'm with that white man. High five. You did that. And I want to go talk about it. I want to go to court. I want them to lock me up for it. Do you know how rich I was? The FBI told me in California, you are brilliant, girl. How do you know? Because they told me, they said, how do you know? Because I said, every time I go to drop off, y'all be doing a ride. And it dings to my phone. I hear y'all. Because I hear the signals in the line. God made me brilliant. So when I could see the hear the signals, it sounded like boots. So I'm saying I hear boots when I get around the bank, and I hear boots when I get like around big signal. I hear boots. That was all day traffic. That's why these people be around here when they be being me. They turn their phones down. That's why they turn their phones down. Because they be trying to keep me from hearing their traffic signals. I hear, and I know how you connecting, and I'm going to tell. That's why God made me brilliant to see it, so I could tell. I want to tell. Because I want to make it different for people to be free and have privacy, but be accountable for their actions on this phone. It's no reason in the world that you can have a worldwide internet and the FBI don't know and cannot control all the traffic. That's why you had the Lord, and that's why you had me. Because I came to regulate the internet traffic, finish connecting that come on around on that Wi-Fi code. And right now the Wi-Fi just like this. Nah, that need to come on around, boo. Come on around and protect this phone coming on down. When you get the phone, you got a name and identity attached to it. Number one. Number two, the IMEI number is garbage. Never should be there. Child, please. Let me have lunch with a white man and talk about this phone and see them I come out there and be like, yes, so winning rich. Everything attached to me wins. It's my winning season. It's my winning season. You can't beat me with this. Because I tried dance with it. I knew what they did to me. God made me brilliant. You can't put a bank card on somebody's Google and they don't even know and go around and shop and be up there telling that boo boo. I'm going to boop you, all right? Tap that card again. And Fifth Third Bank made all the cards for everybody. You want to know why I know? Because I was with them in 2012 when I met Ketchup. I was at Fifth Third Bank and Wells Fargo before that. Have a good night. Have a good night. Child, super smart. I need to get up here and do my hair. I need to get up from here, do my hair, get cute since I did my nails. Let me see, they got a derby thing on here. Child, yeah. But that's what my nails feel so good and so strong. But that's what they did. That's why I'm telling you, I am gonna be rich. I know that. It's just a matter of, and that's gonna be such a contribution to the Black culture that we got somebody that's good. We got basketball players, we got football players, we got golf, we got tennis, we got commissioners, stuff like that. Now we need a Black person in IT, and it's a girl, and she young. Man, this will be like the biggest thing we ever had in life. It'll be the freedom for all Black people in every area. Like, I will be able to set them free in every area they can imagine just by the revamping of the cell phone. That they jobs, they will know that they can apply for any job and be equal. That they know that they being paid according to their skills and what they worth, and that they not being discriminated. That they know that you could apply for a house that you know that you didn't get. Because I made it. I put a system on the phone that's going to take care of you. Because God told me to make everybody free and equal and to end systemic racism. God did it. So when you get your phone, here you go, boo. Here's your freedom. GL22. 4. Protection. Here you go. Here you go. You ain't got to ever worry about nobody hacking your stuff ever again. Here you go. You ain't got to ever worry about applying for a job and thinking that a white person got paid more than you. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about not knowing if you qualify for a home loan. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about feeling like you're not enough because you Black. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about not having enough resources. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about not having enough education or feeling inadequate or inferior because of you are Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, gay. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about not knowing how many taxes you owe to the government. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about losing yourself, your phone, getting kidnapped. Here you go. God took everything and put it at your fingertips. You don't ever have to worry about filling out an application ever again. Here you go. You don't ever have to worry about using a password. Here you go. You don't ever, 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 ever have to worry about a doctor working on your body that ain't qualified prescribing something to you that is against your health because you Black. Here you go. You want free medical care? Here you go. You want a nutrition assessment? Here you go. You want preventative care? Here you go. God did that. God made that possible. God made that available. God put that in place so that people could have it, so that people could know, so that people could be aware. You should not have anything going on, anything on the market that is unconstitutional, that is against that in the Constitution in any way. And this is against the Constitution because it allows for you to take a device, an IMEI, a SIM card, and inject it, implement it into a device, a phone, a computer system, a network with the intent to defraud not only the person, but the United States government. And it becomes conspiracy for everybody that is in use of this SIM card. Because the SIM card, it doesn't just defraud from the person that is used that it is being taken from. It defrauds from the government because the taxation that comes along with it. So when you put this SIM card in your phone and you go out knowing that you're going to Walmart to trap crystal with that SIM card and you're going to shop, you're also, when you go to withdraw that money from the ATM, if you withdrew $500, that is $500 that you defrauded the government from because you didn't pay the taxes on that. And that becomes a conspiracy because ain't nobody, who did you associate yourself with to get that SIM card, to get access to it, to get access to that bank, to get access to her phone number? Every time you called her with the intent to hook up to this SIM card, it's a conspiracy. So I'll be waiting on their phone calls. I'll be waiting on they linked up text messages. So when you call her, we on the phone, and when you text it, them and switch from this computer, because that's what they do. Switch to this computer, and then switch to this computer and this phone and this IE my number, and then catch up. Now you text her, or text her from catch up's phone number and make her look at this number that we was just on. So when you say it wasn't you, they're gonna say you're a liar. That's why they do it. That's why catch up text me last night at 2:00 in the morning, because somebody else's number was on it. So you just text them to take pictures on that number. And when you take pictures on that number, we got you. It's a game. Change it. All right. I'm supposed to be looking at me a movie, and I'm supposed to be getting me some water. I love to talk about cybercrime. I love it. It's my most favorite thing to do ever. To teach cybercrime. Oh, that cake looks so good. Okay, so okay, so that is what I have to say about this. This is like the best thing that I like to talk about. My nails feel so good. I should have did my toes first. But I'm just gonna put another one on my toes. But they feel so thick and good. I layered them. Okay, so let me talk about something green And I came up with a way to do my fingernails, and I am so excited about this. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna talk about it. I got to go to the bathroom for a second. Where do
Demetrius dress. Sorry, but easily approved. The sit-down dinner is served to a favorite guest as a choice of chicken, salmon, or Chateaubriand.
The dinner was okay. It was a little dry. I think it's good.
Chicken and some tomatoes. Well, dessert at Demetrius was even more and she was most delicious. It's delicious. I had some cookie and she's good. It was delicious.
After the guests have filled up on desserts, no complaint is complete without traditional dancing.
Getting up and doing the great dance, that even participating in what I'm singing dance is great. Never dance me so much. I'm not a big group dance person, so I decided to pick up on that. While you're doing this dance, don't throw in money. They throw money in pride, they throw money all over everybody. I think they're very nice. How did you have a lot of
All right.
Okay.